Excellent. Good morning, everyone. As you may have noticed, we have had some technical difficulties. We went to let all of you in the room at about 9 o'clock, and suddenly you all disappeared from our attendee list. I don't know what kind of a Zoom error that was. Um, One thing to note, we did because of this, because we ended the webinar and restarted, we did have to create, my understanding is we did have to create a new live stream. So if you know anyone who's attempting to watch on YouTube, there is now a second live stream for this morning, and I mean it should look generally the same, but one is working and one was associated with the original webinar and is not live streaming, if that makes sense. So please, if you would spread the word that there is a second live stream with today's date um, on YouTube that should be available because of our technical challenge this morning. All right. With that, I will look to our hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. Good morning to our court reporter, and thank you for your patience. And are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a Monday, even for Zoom. With that, hopefully all of us are here. I was going to get started with introductions, but I see there are a number of hands, which may mean that we may have some technical challenges. So let me go ahead and start with the hands, but please limit to technical issues because I'm going to get started. Uh, Looks like maybe they're procedural issues. All right, I will start with our introductions. Hopefully everyone will be able to join us if anyone had to log out and log back in. And then we'll go from there. I want to make sure everyone is, in proper attendance this morning. Good morning. It's October 27th, 2025. It's definitely a Monday. And I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is now being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. And I made this note before, but for those of you who are listening, there are now two live streams. One is actually live streaming, but there are two streams on the AHO YouTube channel for this morning. That's because we had to restart our webinar because of some technical difficulties. So if to anyone, hopefully if you can spread the word, if they're having trouble with the live stream, try the other live stream with today's date, please. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. All right. If Ms. Mullen is here and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides, if you are a witness today, you may simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly. We will follow our usual schedule. We'll take breaks. We will have a lunch break, and we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. I know we have a lot to do over the next 3 days, so bear with me. And remind me if you need a break. I think last week, maybe once or twice, I just failed to call a morning break. Please just let me know. We all need breaks, and that's to our court reporter too. Please let me know when you need a break. Today, for our agenda, first of all, we are starting this morning with our discussion about the modeling request from the AHO. We have some members of the AHO hearing team who are with the Division of Water Rights with us this morning. I also understand that we are going to have some other participants from DWR, and I believe Friends of the River indicated, if I'm getting this right, Friends of the River indicated that they were going to bring in a modeling expert as well. And there may be others who I'm just not aware of. So we will have that discussion. My intent is to keep us less than an hour. We have so much to do. I'm hopeful we can work through some of these technical discussions quickly and efficiently and get to that. And then what I'd like to do is get through all that and then talk about any procedural issues we may have. I will warn you, I know a lot of things came in over Friday and possibly the weekend. I need to review all of those carefully. So I'm not really in a position at this point to have a detailed procedural discussion. I know over the next 3 days we need to make some decisions about moving forward with respect to witnesses who are testifying during the site visit, some deadlines associated with that, hearing dates associated with that, objections to the eighth amended hearing notice and that schedule, and probably some other things as well. So we have a lot to do, but I'd like to focus this morning on uh, the modeling discussion so we can get our modelers on their way and get through at least that piece of it. So that's where I am at. I see we have a number of hands. I will start with Ms. Desjardins, and if you would please, as you come up and speak for the first time today, make your introduction, make your appearance, and we will go from there. So Ms. Desjardins, good morning.
Morning. So I admit I'm late to the party, but over the weekend I did review DWR's report in more detail, and they're essentially asserting that there's a 95% chance that we'll see no more than a 1.8-inch reduction in precipitation over 1992 to 2021 period. And there's a lot of research showing that that's not true. And in fact, they averaged over climate shifts, asserting that they're natural variability. And so this is actually a very substantive discussion, and much more substantive than I realized, because they're essentially asserting that, and it's very speculative in the way they're using it. And so there's an issue that this whole discussion is being handled in a non-evidentiary way. And I wanted to request that we be allowed to rebut statements made by DWR's experts on this, because it's actually to come in and say that the water board can rely on they had to do a lot of massaging of the climate model output to come to the conclusion that there's a 95% chance. And it's the massaging of the data to do that that's an issue of the climate model outputs. And there was just no way to get into it in cross-examination of DWR's witnesses. They just said over and over again, I don't know, I don't know. I wasn't, I didn't write that part of the report. So they're doing this, and they hadn't actually presented a climate witness that could be cross-examined on the details of that report. And I can provide quotes from the transcript if needed, but I just wanted to say that my protest was related to the modeling, and particularly to, adequately including temperature. And DWR just didn't engage before the hearing. This is the kind of discussion that would have been appropriate before the hearing, but we're now having it in the middle of a hearing without sworn testimony, without cross-examination, without objection to the exhibits that are offered. And it's a new point that wasn't really made in any of DWR's witnesses' testimony. So this is being brought into the hearing, and it does need to allow examination and rebuttal. And there can be a little bit of that in a discussion format, but it's not really allowable. It's not really feasible without actually allowing rebuttal.
So Ms. Desjardins, today is a procedural discussion about how, I understand procedure and substance and modeling overlap to some extent, but it's not about the merits of what the AHO has asked for per se. I really want to understand how technically difficult, what is it that DWR needs to know to run these model runs as the AHO has requested. What sounds to me you're alluding to is issues that should come up in rebuttal, which is exactly why we have rebuttal, which is to substantively examine the merits of the modeling that has been conducted and probe that, and then protestants will have an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence in response to that. So
Well,
that's certainly not why we're here today.
it's specifically, and I apologize if I was actually doing a lot of research and analysis. But I apologize if I missed previous discussions. But yeah, the night we're in a bind in that there's modeling that was produced for subpoena. And DWR is now saying that's responsive to the AHO request. And that whole letter was completely outside the whole evidentiary process. And it actually contained a lot of substantive detail. And it was, we think the 95th percentile modeling is that we did for is adequate and will meet your objectives. And to the extent they're trying to make the argument today, you need to allow rebuttal on it.
I don't think we're not hearing arguments today, Ms. Desjardins. And you will have a chance to rebut anything that's actually submitted into the evidentiary record. This is not evidence. This is a procedural discussion about how evidence may be offered into the record. So we're in advance of getting
Okay.
anywhere where we have
Okay.
evidence
So
in the
you're
record.
not actually going to discuss the details of the 95th percentile modeling or why it might meet the criteria.
That is not my
Requested?
intent for this morning.
Okay.
We would not get through
Okay.
this in an hour. I agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins.
Okay.
Um, Ms. Morris, you're on camera. Good morning. Would you like to jump in at this point or say good morning?
Good morning. I'll say good morning first. Happy Monday. I noticed that there's some hands up for people who want to be elevated for this discussion, and I also wanted to ask if Tom Fitzhugh and Carol and Amardeep Singh could be elevated. I did want to ask a couple of questions about the agenda before we got started, but I will defer to you. I can hold until you elevate people, whatever your preference.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Let's go ahead and elevate folks, and those who had their hands up, we'll turn there, and then we can certainly get back and walk through the agenda for today. And I have an opening remark before we jump into the agenda. I had some opening remarks as well, so maybe I should make those before we get started. But let's go ahead and I think you had asked that Mr. Fitzhugh, and Mr. Fitzhugh, if you could raise your hand, that really helps our team to find you. We can elevate Mr. Fitzhugh. You had mentioned
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh. And Mr. Singh, if you can raise your hand, that will help us to find you if you're here. I do not see Mr. Singh in our waiting room, so you may, unless he's on here.
He should be there, I think.
Yes, there we go. Mr. Singh is here. Excellent. And then I'm scanning our list here. Did you ask for is Ms. Carroll here today, Ms. Morris?
Yes, please.
She should be here somewhere. I do not see her. There, no, she's already elevated. It's my team is ahead of me. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
And then I know we have some more hands, but I have Mr. Reese here. So let's start with, well.
Mine's very simple.
Great.
Initially.
Let's start with you.
Can the team send an email invite to Greg Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Because I don't have Mr. Burke, but I need to at least have Mr. Wilson.
We are doing that or have already done that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with this way. I know we have additional hands. Let me start with my kind of opening remarks about how this is going to go, because that may resolve some of maybe some procedural questions. And then I will turn to all of you and we'll make sure we have everyone in the room. But just to lay out some of what I'll call maybe ground rules, for lack of a better term, for this discussion today. I know it's a little different. This is what I would refer to as a meeting of the experts. And we're doing it not on the record. The reason for that is I want a frank conversation just about the process. We don't have, I mean, these models results are not yet even, we don't have them, and they're not yet offered into the evidentiary record. So this is a discussion to lay the groundwork to get us to that point, potentially. It is not evidence on which the AHO or the board would rely. because we are not to the point of offering it into the evidentiary record. So I would describe this as an informal discussion for the limited purpose of clarifying the scope of the AHO's modeling request and the steps that may be necessary for DWR to understand what that request is and how to fulfill it. The exchange that I anticipate between the technical staff from the State Water Board and from the Department of Water Resources, and to the extent there may be helpful input from other technical experts who may be joining us today. This is not testimony. It's for the purposes of this discussion defining scope, but the witnesses are not under oath. They're not, I should clarify, the participating experts are not witnesses. They're not testifying under oath, and therefore will not be subject to cross-examination with respect to this discussion. That also means that evidentiary objections would not be appropriate. I don't anticipate for this discussion. And it's not, we got into this a little bit with Ms. Desjardins' objection. I do not see this as the time or place for general objections to the AHO's direction with respect to the model requests. I have received those. I will consider those, and I will rule on those later this week. This is limited to a technical discussion about how the model results, the model runs, if requested, could be conducted. If you do have some kind of objection that comes up that must be raised to preserve it, we can do that, but let's do that at the end of this discussion. I would like to kind of preserve the flow of the conversation. My objective for the discussion today, I think, as I've already said, is to get the information necessary so that DWR can adequately respond to the AHO's request. I will start us off once we get to the point of jumping in on the agenda and some questions that I have about work that has already been done to avoid duplicate work, if at all possible. I want a better understanding of that. But I just wanted to lay out that general framework with respect to what kind of a conversation we're having. And to clarify once again, this is not evidence, this is not testimony, and this is not subject to, the participants here are not subject to cross-examination. With that, the court reporter, please. I'm sorry, I should have stopped with respect to your hand sooner.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, thank you. I just want to be clear, when you said not on the record.
It's on your record.
Yes, thank
Just
you.
clarify. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Please, it's on, and let me clarify for the whole group. It's within the administrative, what I would call the administrative record for this proceeding, in the sense that it is on the record. We have a court reporter here. By not on the record, what I meant was it is not within, this discussion is not within our evidentiary record. And it is not my intent that it would be moved into the evidentiary record. This is not evidence today. This is a discussion to prepare what may be admitted as evidence going forward. With that, we have a number of folks who would like to be elevated or speak. Let's start with, we can start with Mr. Bob Kerr and Mr. Chilmacurry. I think we need both of you in the room. And then also, if we can please elevate Mr. Krieger.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Great. I just want to clarify, when you referred to Friends of the River earlier, that Friends of the River, I was just asking for one of the Friends of the River staffers with modeling expertise to be added to the invite list, and and potentially ask questions if necessary in regard to the modeling request. And that's all. We don't plan. We have nothing more than that planned. So I just wanted to clarify for you and the rest.
Thank you so much for that. And my understanding is this is Mr. Reese. Is that
correct? That's correct.
Is that the correct pronunciation? Is it Reese?
Yes, that's right.
Great. Excellent. And I see Mr. Reese in the attendee list. So I will ask the team, and thank you, Mr. Bob Kerr. I will ask the team to elevate Mr. Reese up to panelist status, which is necessary to participate in the discussion. And then if that makes sense.
And I think that, or we could just have him raise his hand when he, if he has a question.
If he has something to,
we're not planning to, we're not planning at this point anything beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Krieger, if you would like to make an appearance or have any other comments this morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. And I see that Dr. Chill McCurry has already been elevated. Dr. Chill McCurry is the technical expert for the State Water Contractors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Krieger, and welcome, Mr. Chilmacurry. Are there other, I will look to the attendee list. I know this is, some of you may want to participate. Please feel free to raise your hand and I will elevate you if you anticipate wanting to jump in. You certainly can change your mind and raise your hand later in this discussion if something comes up, but I want to go ahead and take the time to elevate those who think it's likely you will want to participate here. If we can please elevate Mr. Wilson. And I'm glad you got the invite, Mr. Wilson, and are joining us. All right, let's go ahead. Let me quickly go over my understanding of the agenda, and then I will turn to Ms. Morris for clarifying any clarifying issues on the agenda. First of all, I wanted to start this morning. This is probably as good a time as any to introduce the State Water Board staff. I will just refer to them by name, and they can join me on camera later as necessary or now, which is fine. To say we have Matthew Holland here. He's an environmental program manager with the Bay Delta section for the Division of Water Rights. We also have Scott Laguerre, a senior water resources control engineer with the Bay Delta section in the Division of Water Rights, and Ms. Valerie Zimmer, senior water resources control engineer with the hearings and special projects section of the Division of Water Rights. And as needed, we may hear from Diane Riddle, an environmental program manager with the Bay Delta section, also with the Division of Water Rights. So these are a number of members of our technical team joining us this morning. And I appreciate their participation this morning to have this discussion and hopefully get down to the root of what we need to get through today. And then in terms of the order of things, I wanted first to discuss request number 1 with respect to unimpaired flow. I anticipate that will be the focus of our discussion today because I think there were some questions raised by DWR as to what exactly the AHO would be asking for with respect to this request. So I anticipate that will be our focus. We did have some follow-up, just clarifying what I would characterize as clarifying questions about the climate, what I'm loosely referring to as the climate change model runs that DWR has already conducted, just for our understanding of what has already been conducted. And then last on my list, I had mentioned the timing of production, model run output. I'm not sure that right now is the best time to have that discussion in the sense that I think that's a conversation I may be able to have with the attorneys, but I did want to raise it as, as we move through this and clarify what work needs to be done, that we also need to have a discussion about the timing of the production with respect to the, especially the technical reports that may be involved here as well. And it may turn on what work has already been done and that kind of thing. So that was my general sense of the agenda. Again, a focus on that unimpaired flow request, which I think requires, as I understand, the most clarification. With that, I'd like to turn back to Ms. Morris. Now I have a big room, so I can't, there you are, you're right next to me in my virtual room. I think you may have some questions.
I do. I had a couple clarifying questions, and I will be as quick as possible. And looking at the agenda, I was curious if you could clarify for the record if any of the 4 participants participating are members of the hearing team.
Yes, these are all members of what I would describe the hearing team.
Okay. And then, and if you could also clarify from a technical standpoint for a modeling perspective, which of the 4 are modelers, for lack of a better word? If you know.
Well, I'm not sure what your question is, Ms. Morris, in the sense of what do you mean by a modeler? I mean, none of them are on the stand as experts, as like expert witnesses, so we're not qualified for them.
No, I'm not asking for call. It's
Yeah.
more just understand. My understanding is Mr. Lagarde and Mr. Holland have hydrologic modeling experience and development of models. But I'm just asking for clarification. If it's inappropriate, you can tell me. I'm just trying to clarify.
I think this is, I mean, for purposes of this discussion, so just very briefly, I'll look to first Mr. Holland. Just in one or two sentences, if you would be willing, this morning, just describe your work with I don't know whether it's calcium in particular, but your work with models, and then I'll look to Mr. Laguerre.
Yeah, so during my time at the board, I've been one of the lead staff using guiding the development of and using SAC-WAM for planning studies. So I have familiarity with SAC-WAM. I have a sort of superficial familiarity with calcium from experience working with TWR and reclamation on various activities and also reviewing environmental documents.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holland. And Mr. Laguerre, similarly.
Yeah, I've worked with Matt for the last 10 years or plus on the development of SAC-WAM model. And previously, before that, with UC Davis on various models and reviewed many calcium studies over the years.
Thank you, Mr. Laguerre. And just for completion purposes, Ms. Zimmer, if you would be willing to briefly jump in. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I am not strictly a modeler. I would perhaps describe my role as someone who's maybe paying a lot more attention to this hearing than the other modelers who have other duties. So I'm liaisoning between the modelers and those who are perhaps more involved with the hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Does that help, Ms. Morris, of our general overview? And I should clarify for the record, as members of the hearing team, what this means to me when I say that, and for purposes of conducting this hearing, is that these three are subject to the ex parte rules. They have not had substantive conversations about this proceeding with any interested person or outside party, and are providing assistance to me. And may provide assistance to the board members as well in their decision. So that's what I mean by a participant as a member of the hearing team.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. The other thing I wanted to clarify, and I think the rest is covered in the agenda, and this was an oversight on my part, and for not including it, but on page 4 of your October 10th letter, you direct DWR to submit by the deadline for rebuttal exhibits, the runs, calcium and DSM-2, and it says in a form and level of detail equivalent to the May 23rd, 2025 supplemental information request for ITP modeling. 2 clarifications. That makes perfect sense to us in the context of request 2, and we had planned to do that, except for that we had a long discussion back and forth, and then you have a June 5th letter that clarified the May 23rd letter and removed several items. And so I wanted to make sure that it was the June 5th letter first, and then I have a follow-up question. And if you just need to note it and circle back, that's okay too.
I think that might be right. I suspect that is correct, that it was would be based on the June 5th revision, but I think I need to look to my team to verify that for me.
Right. And then just for your information, if we were required to provide that same level of information, you'll recall that even though you have the model run, there's post-processing that had to take place, and it takes quite a bit of time. So while we've already done that, started that work for the second request, because we don't have the first request, and if it's potentially 7 runs of just DSM-2 to take that information and create those tables that we had to submit pursuant to that letter, that I don't have a timeline for how long that will take, because once we run the models, which we gave you a timeline in our answer for that, it would take additional work. And just to do that additional work, we estimate that it's over $200,000 in order to complete that for 7 runs. So I wanted to share that information before we got started, and we'll just look for a clarification from you on that in your response.
Thank you. And that's very helpful information. I appreciate that. And I would look, I don't know that now, I don't want to jump ahead of our conversation today, but I think it would be helpful for me to understand and more likely the technical folks on the call what alternative there is for presenting this information in a way that's useful. So that would be an element here. If there's an alternative proposal as to how to present the information, that may be useful. Thank you. So let me start off the discussion, and I will start with the lead, and then I may turn things over. I will likely at some point turn things over to the technical folks to have a more natural conversation back and forth. But I wanted to start with DWR's request about SACWAM input, and I am certainly not the expert, but I wanted to understand in a better way about what unimpaired flow modeling work DWR may have already done. I don't want to get into privileged information. I understood, there was a back and forth and a claim of privilege with respect to what has already been done. But my understanding, I'm trying to understand why the SACWAM input is necessary for DWR to conduct these model runs, and also what work may have already been done so that the request from the AHO could possibly be tailored in a way that would reduce the burden. I don't know. And that's what I wanted to ask. I would like to start by asking for a general summary of, to the extent, Ms. Morris, you will feel free to jump in, but a summary of what similar work on unimpaired flow may have already been done that could be used here, and whether we can move forward in a way that doesn't require the use of SACWAM. Frankly, I'm concerned about bringing in another model into this situation. So if we can just use CalSim, that seems better to me than bringing in another model at this point in the game. And I do have some concerns about that if that's necessary. I'm certainly not the technical expert. So Ms. Morris, I will turn back to you.
I'm
Please.
going to start, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Singh. The reason
Great.
I wanted to start was to address the previous modeling that has been done that was privileged, and to say that the information for running that model from unimpaired flows did come from SACWAM for that model run that was never finalized, but at least I'm not sure it was finalized. The second thing I would say is that that information is no longer appropriate given the 2043 climate change assumptions we're looking at and the new updated climate change assumptions. So it wouldn't have that level of information for one piece of it. And then I will turn it over to Mr. Singh, and he can explain why the information should come from SACWAM. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Singh, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So this is Amardeep Singh, Delta Conveyance Office, DWR. So in terms of what has been done, I think your request asks for modeling to be done using unimpaired flows for a future scenario. And also all the assumptions in the model are required to be consistent with what we had in DCP ITP modeling that was done earlier this year. Looking at those things, we do not have any existing modeling that was done using unimpaired flow that has, this future scenario that uses the latest climate science to generate that 2043 scenario. And also, we don't have a model that uses DCP ITP using unimpaired flows. So that's the reason why, just the first part of the question, that we don't have any existing information. The second part, why we need unimpaired flow from SACWAM, I think, based on even the previous work we did, to be consistent with what board has been working on in terms of unimpaired flow analysis and the requirements that they're thinking in terms of outflow. we do feel that using SAC-WAM is the best approach. And in terms of bringing a new model, I think in terms of hydrology between SAC-WAM and CalSim, I think it's pretty consistent for these unimpaired flows.
Is there a way to do it without SAC-WAM?
I'm sure there is, ways to do it, but it'll definitely take more time and it'll be inefficient. But to be consistent with what board has been working on, I think it is best to use SAC-WAM and those requirements coming from that model.
And then I will look to it looks like Mr. Holland, you're ready to jump in here and maybe you'll address this point. My understanding is that the SAC-WAM itself was somewhat limited in the dates that are available. But I should stop talking because I'm not the technical expert. Mr. Holland, maybe can you riff on this a little bit, please?
That's correct. So I can describe what is available in terms of a fully unimpaired flow run from SAC-WAM or record. And that includes, and this is kind of one of the sticking points, an unimpaired flow boundary time series for Vernalis, because the SAC-WAM model domain does not include the San Joaquin River upstream of Vernalis. So when we run a fully unimpaired flow run in SAC-WAM, we use a boundary condition at Vernalis. And so in past, we've used a boundary condition of unimpaired flows provided by DWR. And at present, we only have such a time series for historical hydrology through 2015. We do not have the 2022 plus or minus 15 year scenario, nor do we have 2043 climate change boundary condition for Vernalis. Further, we do not currently have in our possession climate change 2043 climate change hydrology for the Sacramento watershed in SAC-WAM. So the only really consistent time series we could provide would be 1922 through 2015 unimpaired flow for historical hydrology. And I don't know with respect to CalSim what's available from other efforts with respect to 2043 hydrology. However, I am aware that Reclamation in their recent LTO consultation developed a run using unimpaired delta outflow for a 2022 historical detrended type hydrology. So that is available for the record of 1922 to 2021. That's all for now, but happy to engage in conversation.
Thank you. Ms. Desjardins, I hope you please keep it very focused, but please, if you'd like to jump in.
Thank you. I did want to say that there's been a nonlinear increase in temperature around 2011. So if you look at the NOAA climate data, and there was also a shift in precipitation around that time. So 2011 to 2015 is kind of a short time frame to capture the hydrology. That being said, from my point of view, there's issues with how the DWR's climate adjusted hydrology was done, some of which was described and did not adequately take into account the increase in temperature. So anyway, that's my viewpoint on timelines.
Okay, but I want to keep this very focused, though, Ms. Desjardins, on how DWR is going to conduct this modeling, and I don't know that what is the bottom line?
The bottom line is just that when you're looking at historical hydrology through 2040, there's a recent nonlinear increase in temperature when we emerged from the global hiatus, there was a warming hiatus. So if you put it in that context.
No, Ms. Desjardins, we're talking about whether they use SACWAM input or some other input. Do you have are you speaking to that issue? I mean, this is very.
Yeah, it's just with respect to through 2015 and climate change that that has a relatively short amount of data during the period that's most likely to be most characteristic of recent climate shifts. So if you're looking at historical data and you're trying to adjust it, that 2011 to 2015 is relatively short.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Mr. Singh, did you want to respond to Mr. Holland? I guess one of my questions would be, do you have any concern about the 2015 limitation on SACWAM input? Does that, do you have a response to that, or anything else that you would like to raise?
Yeah, just to clarify, so Mr. Holland, so there is not an extended SACWAM that's available up to 2021?
So we do have SACWAM hydrology through 2021 using a largely consistent set of rim inflows as calcium 3. So we, extended our hydrology at that same time. However, we did not receive an extended Vernalis unimpaired boundary condition. So essentially, for the purposes of our planning studies for the Sacramento Delta update, we actually use an impaired boundary condition at Vernalis because of the nature of the way that the delta outflow requirement is defined in those studies. Therefore, we don't need an unimpaired flow boundary condition at Vernalis for our typical scenario development. We took a look after we received DWR's response to the request. We looked into the model and identified that we do not have that unimpaired boundary condition through 2021 for Vernalis.
Okay. But in terms of the 2040, I think your second question was the 2043 climate scenario, the hydrology from calcium, whether that's available or not. So as part of the DCR and also the climate adaptation study that department just finished, we do have those models in calcium that are publicly available. So in terms of hydrology from 2043, using 50% level of concern. So could you use that hydrology to develop an unimpaired outflows for this purpose?
We could potentially. A consultant that I think is shared among all of the modeling community in the Bay Delta has developed. Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if it's the 2043 or a 2040 climate change hydrology from earlier planning studies. It has been developed. We ran into some technical issues related to the artificial neural network, actually getting a version of that we could run in SACWAM that delayed that modeling effort with respect to the future climate change scenario. So the consultant has not yet delivered the model with that hydrology. It's not just like a blink your eyes and you added new rim inflow hydrology to SACWAM. It takes some effort, and that model has not been evaluated by staff at the board yet. Granted, we're talking about running a full unimpaired flow run, so it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. But we would require also, like I said, that unimpaired flow time series with a consistent hydrology with the rest of the hydrology for Vernalis in order to do that.
Mr. Holland, maybe I can jump in. I want to try to if please, to focus our discussion here. Ms. Morris, I saw you had a hand. I want to make sure that you are able to, if you want to chime in at this point before I slightly redirect us.
I just want to make sure that the board was asking for a climate change scenario. It was one of for the unimpaired flow, that was one of our clarifying questions is it historic or is it a climate change scenario or both?
That is exactly where I was going to go. So thank you, which is, let's turn, if we can pivot on this. I think my understanding is we think a current, so not a future conditions climate change model run, but a current conditions model run may give us the appropriate amount of information if that's easier to do. So I think I'd like to, Mr. Singh, can you comment on whether, if we're not looking at 2043 or 2040, we're looking at current conditions, does that make the modeling work for unimpaired flow simplified, where you would have the available inputs that you need?
So even for existing conditions, the work that we have done previously did rely on SAC-WAM output. In terms of unimpaired outflow, a requirement that we use in our model came from SAC-WAM. So I'm not aware of any recent efforts by the department within CalSIM to generate those outflows, unimpaired flow analysis within CalSIM. And definitely, it will be a big effort to do that. So, from my perspective, it will be more efficient. And since board is asking for this, unimpaired flow, and they have been working on it, it'll be more efficient to use SAC-WAM for this effort.
Are you familiar, Mr. Singh, with whatever the Bureau did in their LTO consultation, which I understand did not use SAC-WAM, if I understand that correctly? Or is that something you're not familiar with?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Or familiar with that, sorry.
Thank you.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I don't know if you could see I had my hand up.
Oh, please.
Just briefly, I think that we can't use what we had already had from SAC-WAM because our modeling now is based on the climate adjusted hydrology. And so it's a different baseline. And I think that's where we're finding the difficulty where we need that, what we really need. And Mr. Singh and Mr. Fitz, you can speak to it much more clear than I can, is that we need the time series of unimpaired delta outflow for the UIS scenarios that the board is asking for so that we can input that into the more updated models.
Okay. Mr. Holland, please.
Yeah, so in my view, the LTO alternative 3 modeling that was performed by Reclamation provides an appropriate delta outflow, unimpaired delta outflow estimate that could be used for these runs, and it is available for the full period of record of 1922 to 2021. And my understanding, which if others, I know Mr. Reese was involved in the development of that scenario. If others can confirm the hydrology assumptions, I believe that it was essentially the historical detrended, so the current climate change scenario.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Ms. Desjardins, did you want to briefly chime in on this?
Yeah, just I would say, given particularly the excellent testimony by the witness for the Delta counties on the climate adjusted hydrology, you can actually literally look in one of the versions of the report that BWR submitted on the climate adjusted hydrology. It said, we're not going to take into account the effects of temperature on watersheds and in adjusting the hydrology. And that's actually had a major impact on runoff efficiency. And so DWR literally says in the report, we're going to wait and see about the effects of temperature on watersheds. And that's partly, you can see it most clearly since 2011. So,
So Ms. Desjardins,
yeah.
maybe I
So,
want you to start
what
here
I'm
with-
saying is that you can probably get more accurate idea by looking at a segment of actual historical flows from 2011 to 2021, if they're available, rather than trying to adjust the 20th century hydrology with a method that has some real flaws in not adequately taking into account temperature, as was testified.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And Mr. Rees, welcome, and you are welcome to join our discussion. Good morning.
Thanks. Yeah, Greg Reese with Friends of the River. And Matt's question about the climate in the LTO, I think they did use climate change assumptions. I don't remember exactly what they were. But on unimpaired flows, alternative 3 of the LTO did use varying levels of unimpaired flow combined with a delta outflow table. And so it was either the unimpaired flow or the delta outflow table, whichever was less, I believe, was the requirement. So I think the output from that effort might not be directly translatable, but they definitely would have the inputs for the unimpaired flow levels from 35, at least 35 to 65%.
Thank you.
It-
Ms. Morris, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear, Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitz, you can correct me that the LTO model run 3 for climate change, it had a CMIP 5, and the new climate change models that we have run and produced and plan to use are with CMIP 6, and that that model run 2 for the LTO did not have the adjusted historic hydrology, which is what we have for the ITP. So again, we're dealing with different baseline runs as compared, and all that. If I got that wrong, Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitzhugh, please correct me.
Sounds like you didn't get it wrong. No one is correcting you, Ms. Morris. Um,
Sorry, I was on mute. So,
Oh,
so
please.
yes,
Sure thing.
so that yeah, the LTO did use in terms of climate scenario, like Ms. Morris said, CMIP 5 climate models versus the newest version of global climate models that we have in our 2043 scenario. And then also in terms of adjusted historical detrending, the approach was also slightly different than what we have in our ITP modeling.
So the concern about baseline, I'm venturing out of my lane here, but the concern about baseline is that then these model runs would not be comparable to the ITP model runs that we already have in the record. Is that the concern, that they would not be a useful comparison as between the two? And Mr. Singh, you are on mute if you wanted to. You have to come off Zoom.
Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
But if we were looking at the ITP model runs, I'm sorry, the unimpaired flow model runs with respect to one another, they would all be run the same way. It just wouldn't compare to what we already have in our record for purposes of this proceeding and the testimony.
That is correct. Yeah.
Can I, hearing officer, can
Mr. McCurry, yes, please.
Actually, on that last question, it's not, while you may be able to compare across the unimpaired flow scenarios, the unimpaired flow time series that will be input will not be consistent with the inflow hydrology that will be in the calcium 3 studies. So there is an inconsistency that will be in the inputs. That's a problem we're facing here. If you want to use the LTO input as an or the outflow requirement or unimpaired flow outflow requirement as an input into the ITP modeling that DWR has conducted, there is an inconsistency in the hydrology that we have to reconcile somehow. Either we need to update all the hydrology in the calcium 3 modeling that DWR has done, which would be going backwards in terms of the latest information available, or we have to rerun SACVAM or some other way to generate the unimpaired flow time series, outflow time series for using the latest hydrology. One or the other way, it's to reconcile these two issues.
Thank you. Thank you for your input on that. Ms. Auftenberg, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please.
Thank you for letting me speak. We just wanted to say that we don't plan on making anyone available to verify or discuss the BO. So we hope that DWR reaches out to us and that we kind of confer on any testimony they might put forth on the reclamation's biological opinion.
Understood. Thank you. I appreciate that legal point here. Thank you. Mr. Holland, please.
So I think what I want to add to the conversation is that to achieve the greatest consistency between the inflow hydrology and the estimate of the delta outflow, considering all of the issues that we've discussed so far, the most straightforward approach, or the most reliable approach certainly, would be for DWR to produce an unimpaired flow time series using a suitably modified version of calcium 3, similar to work that they performed for the board as far back as 2016. So that work was carried out in support of the Sacramento Delta Bay Delta plan update before we had SACWAM available. So it was included in the peer review materials for SACWAM at that time. And the model was called the Sacramento Valley Unimpaired Flow Model, but it was essentially a modification of calcium 3. That information on how that was done is available in a document that was produced by DWR and then incorporated into an appendix that was released for the Working Draft Scientific Basis Report for our effort in 2016. We worked with Eric Reyes and his staff at DWR to perform that modeling.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, on that point, my understanding is it would take us 2 months just to be able to run that model, redo that, get the information, rerun the ITP model. So I don't know that that's a viable situation or solution, given how much time and effort it would take to do that. Plus, that would be DWR making assumptions about how the board is sort of operationalizing the unimpaired flow, which is not clear in any of the board documents that have been made public at this point, as I understand it.
So I think there is a further clarification that I want to make sure we make with respect to the request. So the request is not to model a scenario with a % of unimpaired flow requirement throughout the watershed, or even requiring a % of unimpaired flow to be met at delta outflow. The request is for a series of studies that impose a % of unimpaired flow as, for lack of a better term, a bypass flow requirement. So it's not a traditional bypass flow in that it's looking at the flow at the location of the diversion, but it's essentially an on-off switch at based on a % of unimpaired outflow. If that % of unimpaired outflow is being met, then increased diversions between the north and south facilities would be allowed in the model scenario. If it is not being met, or to the degree that those increased diversions cause that requirement to be met, those diversions would be limited as long as that, until that, under the constraint that that requirement is met. So it's not a request to implement the Sacramento Delta any proposed Sacramento Delta update project in the context of DCP modeling. I want to make sure that's clear to the technical staff and everybody. I mean, everybody in this conversation before we further discuss the inputs.
Thank you, Mr. Holland, for that clarification. And there are some hands. Here's what I'm thinking we'll do. We'll go through the hands, and I think what might make sense is for us to take a brief break. We can all confer amongst ourselves briefly. But if there's anything to add before we take such a break, or other discussions that we should have, and we haven't gotten through our agenda, I just thought a lot of information has been put out there and it may make sense to process. Ms. Alftenberg, I wanted to make sure, is that a residual hand, or did you have something else that you wanted to chime in on? Thank you. Mr. Fitzhugh, please.
Yeah, good morning. Tom Fitzhugh representing DWR. So yeah, first thing, just from a modeling perspective, I want to just echo what Mr. Chimel-Curry was saying, that it is really important that there be consistency between the hydrologic inflows for calcium and then the hydrology that's used to develop these unimpaired flow requirements. And the second thing, I just want to clarify with Mr. Holland. So my reading, well, this was one of our questions, was exactly where this requirement is going to be applied. The way I read the request, it sounds like it's an outflow requirement, that you're trying to maintain outflow at a certain level based on the percent of unimpaired flow, and then you could divert any water above that. But the way you were describing it sounded like more like a bypass at the location of the diversion. So that's what I just want to clarify. Like, I'm trying to understand what you would really put in the model.
Right. It's not a bypass at the location of the diversion. It is an on-off switch based on the flow at delta outflow. So it's not a requirement that has to be met. It's a requirement that has to be met in order for increased total diversions between the south and north facility, or sorry. And again, I'm not familiar with the details of how DCP is implemented in calcium. However, if it works the way other requirements, other studies work, and there is an additional cycle that activates the North Delta facility after the rest of the Delta operations are solved for, then the constraint would be if the outflow is not being met. So if X% of unimpaired outflow is not met, then there's no net increase in the diversions between the North and South Delta facilities. So it would be possible for the North Delta facility to turn on and be offset with reductions in diversions at the South Delta facility. But it's not, we're not proposing a requirement that DWR meet the delta outflow requirement. It's not a requirement. It's a constraint on diversions at the project facilities as modeled.
Okay.
And so this is similar. There was a study performed at some point and sorry, I haven't followed the full history of this proceeding and all the modeling that has been done over the course of the many environmental documents and over the course of the development of this whole project. However, there was a study done, I believe, where a 29,200 CFS bypass requirement, quote, bypass requirement was imposed on DCP, and it's a similar concept to that. So it's just if that outflow is not being met, there's no increase in diversions between north and south. If it is, then the North Delta diversion can turn on, and there can be a net increase in those diversions until that requirement is just barely met.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Let's see. Ms. Desjardins, I know you've been waiting. If you'd like to chime in.
Oh, that's okay. So I did cross-examine Mr. Fitzhugh on the calcium model logic on the North Delta diversions.
Once again, Ms. Desjardins, make sure you're focused on it the
Yeah.
type of modeling that
Yeah,
the
yeah.
agent is asking DWR to do.
So what I believe based on that is that modeling is that it's not that hard to put in the kind of switch that Matt Holland is talking about, and I don't understand why it should take 2 months. And I think, I'd like maybe Mr. Fitzhugh can explain why the calcium code is pretty modular, and we're talking about a few sections of code. And so I really don't understand why putting in that kind of switch would take so long. And the second observation I have to do with CMIP 6 and CMIP 5 is there's common model biases to both models. Neither one captures observed trends in the Pacific, the more observed warming trends. And so CMIP 6 doesn't necessarily give you a much better representation of future climate change. It is better for some things. And there's some issues with how models were selected for CMIP 6. So I wouldn't assume that CMIP 6 is enough better to warrant having other issues with the modeling that I've discussed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Mr. Moore, please. Good morning.
Can I actually
Can you hear
respond?
me okay?
So that was addressed there.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure who else was speaking.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to weigh in earlier, but had a glitchy hand function. So I appreciate your indulgence. You'll possibly be relieved that I'm not going to attempt to venture at all into the nuances of the modeling issues being discussed. I raised my hand just to offer the general observation that both the flow and climate issues raised in the hearing officer's letter relate to overarching concerns that many of the protestants raised going back to the pre-hearing comment stage and in comments on hearing issues about whether the proceeding was ready to go to the merits at all. I'm just noting that because I don't think it whether or not it is hard or time consuming or whatever for DWR to comply with the requests as stated. I don't think it should necessarily be determinative that DWR may consider it, hard or expensive or tricky to to comply. The core issue is whether the information is necessary to the proceeding, as protestants have claimed for some time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Will you please remind me, are you a signatory to the objection from some of the protestants that the AHO should not have made this request at all? I lost you, Mr. Moore, at least the video. Well, I can also check for myself, but I was curious. All right, we'll turn back to that. You're welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I'm not sure which objection you're referring to. I wasn't objecting to the hearing officer making the request now. I think it's very important to consider both the flow and climate issues raised. I was simply pointing out the reasons why from the long perspective in this proceeding, of quite a number of the protestants talking about things like things I've heard mentioned this morning, like the expense or potential time frame from complying with a particular request isn't really determinative if that is information that is necessary to fully and fairly address the matters in this proceeding. That's all I have to say about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot. You may be interested in I'm looking at it. It's an October 20th letter from, and now that I'm looking at the protestants involved, it looks like more of the water agency, local agency protestants who submitted an interesting letter objecting to the AHO's request for additional modeling. Ms. Meserve, if we can please elevate Ms. Meserve, I see you're patiently waiting in the attendee list here, and you're welcome to chime in. Good morning.
Good morning. Just real briefly, and yeah, just to kind of, and I know the positions get a little confusing with everything going on, but just to kind of add to Mr. Moore's point a little bit is that with respect to other water rights applications that we had mentioned in the October 20th objection, as well as other water rights applications that I've been involved with, those actually weren't deemed complete and allowed to go to hearing until this type of analysis had been completed. And so that's part of the concern regarding the process. And I also had raised my hand earlier when you said that it was not on the record. But then I was glad when you said the court reporter was transcribing this. And so that helped me be sure that this was going to be at least on the record in so much as it would be reported.
Yes.
So that was all I wanted to add, was just with respect to the fact that this had gone to hearing, notwithstanding the fact that this information was not required to be developed by DWR like other water rights applicants have been required to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Ms. Morris.
Thank you. I wanted to ask two questions before we took a break so that we had this information.
Great.
In the context of trying to find some path forward, potentially, I had a question if the board for SACWAM has had the climate adjusted historical hydrology up through 2020, and if they do, whether that unimpaired flow could be extracted in the time series that we're looking for. That's my first question, and I can pause.
Please.
We have a climate adjusted historical hydrology inflow time series. I would have to do some research to determine whether it's a consistent hydrology with what was used for the ITP modeling. And further, just to reiterate, we do not have a climate adjusted boundary flow for Vernalis. So we would need that in order to produce an unimpaired flow time series from SACWAM.
And then, and this is an easier one for Mr. Holland, if it's okay. On the on-off switch, you said one study, and I guess it was kind of a question that we had asked or implied, if it wasn't asked directly, is whether there was sort of any off-ramp for that on-off switch that should be employed if this modeling run is to move forward.
I don't think that we specified any off-ramp. If there's anybody else on the hearing team who has an opinion on that, I'd welcome them to speak up. But my understanding is that it was intended to be simply an on-off switch if the percent of unimpaired flow, whether the percent of unimpaired flow is being met or not.
Yeah, I think so. I guess what I would say relative to that issue is if you had suggestions for an off-ramp that might be appropriate for that analysis, that is something we could talk about today. I don't think that that might be, an appropriate analysis to include.
And just to clarify, that the sort of contemplated off-ramp would be something like a high flow off-ramp. Is that what
that's what I'm assuming Ms. Morris is referring to as some high flow level, at which point the percent of unimpaired flow would no longer apply. I sort of suspect that wouldn't make that much of a difference, because if you're at those high flow events, you're probably incidentally achieving the percent of unimpaired flow, but all that matter. Other technical experts chime in on that issue, but if you all had suggestions, I don't think that might be an appropriate part of the analysis.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. Before we break, I'm considering I think about a 20-minute break so we can all confer and see if we have more questions that would be productive today. But Ms. Desjardins, if you can be very, very brief, please.
Just regarding regarding off-ramps, so right now there's generally sort of a constant low-level pumping that could occur, and so that would need to be turned off. There's already pulse flow protection at certain times, so one would have to cross-reference that with the pulse, the operational criteria, and there'd have to be a operation to turn the pumping to zero when unimpaired flow wasn't being met.
I do want to clarify that that is not the scenario that the AHO request contemplated.
Oh, okay. Perhaps you could clarify that.
It's simply that essentially the model solves for, and again, I don't want to get out too far into speculating as to how DWR simulates DCP and CalSim 3. However, to the degree that it's simulated such that South Delta operations in a given month are solved for, and then the DCP operation is layered on after that. If that's the case, then the way that this would work is simply that there would be no increased export when the DCP diversion is layered on, unless the flow constraint is being met. So it would not be, this would not cause the projects to be required to pump less than, health and safety, 1500 CFS minimum pumping that's generally modeled, nor would it require them to reduce diversions that were occurring absent DCP to meet the outflow level.
The hearing has not gotten into whether health and safety would
Well, Ms.
come from the North Delta
Ms.
diversion.
Desjardins, this is not I'm going to stop us there. I think it's time for a 20-minute break. And then we will come back. What I'd like to do afterwards is to ask all of you to take this time to think about whether there are additional questions that would be helpful for the experts to ask of one another to clarify where we are. But let's go ahead. It's 10:30. Let's come back at 10:50. And thank you for all of your input. All right, welcome back. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that break. Hopefully it was productive for all of you. I think what I'd like to do is to open things up if there are follow-up, particularly for DWRs, modelers and experts who are handling this, if there are additional questions about and clarifications so that we can see a path forward. But I will give a preview of what I'm thinking here after listening to this discussion and the complexities involved, which I suppose I shouldn't be surprised about. But my general inclination after having this discussion, unless we suddenly reach some mutual understanding, is to ask DWR to come up with a proposal as to how to complete these model runs in the most efficient and effective and cost-effective manner. I continue, and I think we as a hearing team and based on the advice from the hearing team have concerns about using SACWAM, although I understand it's a publicly available model. It's out there and you can use it. I just don't think it's appropriate in this proceeding for the State Water Board to be developing model runs that are then going to be incorporated into modeling that will be submitted on behalf of DWR. It just, that seems like we're going to introduce a lot of procedural complexity. And my understanding is it may not be necessary, that there may be other efficient ways to get to the end result that will inform the record. So that's generally what I'm thinking, but I did want to open this up if there were other follow-up issues where we have these, if there are technical questions that do need to be brought forward so that DWR can start working on this proposal and thinking it through eh, eh, in light of work that's already been done and the best way to proceed forward. I think Ms. Desjardins started in first, so I'll start there.
Thanks. Regarding appropriate delta flow criteria, I'll file something about this, but I think you need to go back to the section of the water code. I think the mandate is for the water board to develop that criteria. And I actually had a whole filing in the water fix hearing about it. And so I don't think that necessarily is entirely the purview of the Department of Water Resources. The history of this is the water board simply wasn't provided the funding to develop the model. I don't think that it's, as somebody who is a modeler, I don't think it's so as much an issue of having another model in the hearing. I think the water board did a very good job with developing SACWAM and it addressed some issues that were in the calcium model at the time. Having appropriate hydrological input, but particularly if they could go through 2021, I think that would be helpful. I think there's sort of the water board, the hearing is sort of conflated the development of appropriate flow criteria with the protest process. But I think it's worth thinking that through a little more because it is actually a duty of the board under the Delta Reform Act.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Mr. Wilson, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Just a couple questions that I had. First, do the model runs that the AHO is requesting, will they include the post-processing that was done to determine whether the results conformed with DWR's claim permit limits from the information request from earlier this summer?
We hadn't addressed that issue. I think that's up to DWR how they want to respond to the request. We did not specify that parameter with respect to the request.
And then quickly, one other question, or not really a question. Mr. Burke wanted to point out or make the point that he felt that DSM-2 runs or accompanying DSM-2 runs to all the calcium 3 runs including the future runs, would be necessary to determine water level and water quality issues. So he wanted to make that point.
Noted. Thank
That's
you.
all.
Thank you. So with that, I mean, I think hopefully this discussion was helpful. I think it was certainly on my end, although I may be more challenged than before. Just as a point of clarification, I mean, this request for information is, I think, as I articulated in my letter, I think necessary to inform consideration of delta flow criteria, and it's a request from the board and their consideration in this proceeding. So I am trying to look for a path forward that's efficient and effective in how to do this. I know, Ms. Morris, you mentioned a $200,000 price tag on doing post-processing work and some extensive period of time. It may be that may be a helpful piece to include in, if you have a proposal as to how to conduct that more efficiently in DWR's plan. But this is what I'm thinking, is that I'll ask DWR to submit a proposal as to how to meet the AHO's request, as you understand it, most efficiently and effectively. And if your most efficient proposal is using SACWAM, I would like you to also consider an alternative without SACWAM. So that may be two proposals, and whether there's additional information, in specifying parameters that you might need, and maybe maybe it's necessary to have a back and forth in writing from between the modelers as to how that could be done. But I think I'd like to give your team a little time to confer, and maybe you don't need it. Maybe you can tell me, get it to me right away, but to confer and get back to me. I was thinking by the end of the day on Friday, the 31st, as to what, I know DWR's first proposal is not to do the model runs at all, but if you're subject to the AHO's request, how DWR would propose to conduct that using what is publicly available and already out there. SACWAM is out there. That's my understanding. I just don't think it's appropriate for the board to be conducting model runs on behalf of DWR. That, I think, introduces a lot of uncertainty here. Ms. Morris, did you want to comment on that?
Well, I'm just commenting on your proposal in general. So we did spend 20 minutes, and I think we probably needed a lot more time to just sort of digest. But I will say this, and then Mr. Singh or Mr. Fitzhugh, please jump in. In essence, as we work through this, there's no easy way to do the unimpaired flow piece because of the mismatch between the baselines. And we do think that SACWAM, updating the baseline in SACWAM, is probably the most efficient way to have an apples to apples comparison, but we are still looking at if there's any other way to do it. I think we need some guidance on a couple of things. We talked about a high flow off ramp. A high flow off ramp that we had used that seemed to make sense in the ITP was 35,000 CFS. It was in the spring months in the ITP application, sorry. And that's where we had also asked for clarification if this on-off switch, which in essence is acting like a bypass flow with unimpaired flow, would be year-round. So we need some clarification on that. And then I would just revisit, I want to be clear. I don't have a cost estimate if DWR has to go and update SACWAM. I have no idea a time frame for that or a cost estimate. The cost estimate I was giving and why I was asking for clarification to 200,000 is just to create the DSM-2, to extract the information once you run DSM-2 and create the tables that Ms. Priest had and that you also requested in the supplemental information with ITP. So that's those water quality tables, et cetera. And we need clarification if it's the June 6th letter or the May 23rd letter, because the May 23rd letter creates a whole nother discussion. So that's a lot of information for you and your team to potentially get back to us so that we can get back to you. And I'm not sure if we can get that information from you by Thursday and try to get back to you by Friday or perhaps Monday of next week. But those are the things that we will need to figure out how to do this. And I think, just to be clear, we weren't asking the state board staff to run SACWAM for us. We were interested in extracting a time series from SACWAM of unimpaired flows. And so I just want to be clear, we were not trying to hoist the work onto the water board, but rather to get information about unimpaired flow from SACWAM, which we think would be the most efficient. And I think, just to be clear, now it's obvious that there's no easy way to do that given the mismatch of information. And my last final point is just to follow up on what Mr. Holland referenced, that DWR provided. That analysis that Mr. Holland referenced from 2006 was done with calcium 2. So we would have to recreate all of that in order to make it usable for calcium 3. Sorry, I said a lot. I'll stop now.
No, thank you, Ms. Morris, for all of this. For my purposes, can you clarify, if you can on the fly, clarify what is it that you need from the State Water Board or are asking for from the State Water Board in terms of SACWAM that is not already publicly available?
I think Mr. Singh has to answer that question. I can't.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So in terms of SACWAM, what we were thinking, that is, definitely, in our opinion, most efficient way to do this. But looks like there is, some limitations that Mr. Holland brought up in terms of using, unimpaired outflow from SACWAM. But again, it is the most efficient in our opinion, because given our timeline, it'll be quickest way to do that. I just wanted to kind of clarify, from Mr. Holland, in terms of, Vernal, you mentioned something about in SACWAM, the outflow is based on impaired Vernal flow, and you didn't have an impaired flow. Is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Mr. Holland, please.
Yeah, so that if in SACWAM, the time series for the delta outflow requirement, so specifically the time series in the SWRCB IFR's CSV file that you can find in the data directory and that's referenced in the outflow requirement in the planning studies, is what's referred to in the document or in the modeling methods for those studies as a quasi unimpaired flow. So it's unimpaired for the Sacramento Valley Delta East Side tributaries and Delta, and it uses the impaired flow at Vernalis. And so in the calculation of the outflow requirement, that impaired flow from Vernalis is deducted from the flow requirement before adding back in a required flow at Vernalis for the purposes of formulating the inflow-based delta outflow requirement. So it is possible to run SACWAM with an unimpaired Vernalis condition. And we have at times in the past released fully unimpaired flow model runs from SACWAM that include that unimpaired Vernalis condition. But as I said earlier, we don't have an unimpaired Vernalis condition for 2016 to 2021 under any hydrology, and we don't have any unimpaired Vernalis condition corresponding to any of the climate change hydrologies.
Okay, just a follow-up question on that. So for the purposes of this request, could we use quasi unimpaired flow from SACWAM as a requirement for DCP?
I think I would ask Diane if she has input on that. From the standpoint of the way that we formulated the request, we were thinking unimpaired flow, just full delta unimpaired outflow.
I'm not sure what your question is. Quasi unimpaired flow.
So yeah, so quasi unimpaired flow is the term that I mentioned to describe the unimpaired flow from the Sacramento watershed delta side tributaries and delta with an impaired flow at Vernalis. So it's the flow that we use to develop the outflow requirement in the Sac delta
Right.
Modeling.
I suppose that would be a possibility. I think it would be not exactly the same, but in the ballpark, to inform relative differences between the percents of unimpaired flow. I think we'd have to think about that a little bit more. I think our preference, given the concerns that you raised about the baseline issues, et cetera, is to try to use calcium. I do want to go back to that, not just most efficient, but most informative and useful in terms of informing the board's decisions. This is something the board has expressed they're interested in understanding how different unimpaired flow levels could affect this project, and what approach do we think is going to be the most informative for informing the board's decision. So I don't want to lose sight of the informative for the efficient, because I also don't want to then use SACWAM and then get a bunch of, well, this isn't useful for different reasons that we're all aware of going into this. I think we should be looking toward what's the best approach to doing this that can help to inform the relative effects of different unimpaired flow levels on the project. So I think stepping back from this, I'm still not convinced SACWAM is really the best approach to doing that versus using calcium 3. But if that is the only option, which I'm still not sure it is the only option, I am curious if a broader team from DWR or your consultants or reclamation, given others have performed these types of analyses, might be warranted to come up with, we think, is the most effective approach to looking at this problem. Because I don't want to, ask you all to do this and then, you think it's not informative to that question.
Sorry, I don't mean to jump in, but I
Please.
have a follow-up, please. Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to we have talked to a broad team of people who've worked, who've been mentioned and not mentioned on this call about trying to crack this nut. But I just also want to ask Ms. Riddle that I think what we're saying is we want the time series for unimpaired flow so we can put it into calcium. We plan to present the results in calcium. It's just extracting this unimpaired flow time series, and then we would run calcium and then DSM-2. So is everyone clear and on the same page about that as how we're intending to use SACWAM?
Yes, I think I'm clear on that. I think it's our understanding that you could extract similar information from calcium, and curious, and I'll let Matt chime in here. I don't want to get over my head on this, but I'm curious why, if it's possible to do in calcium and then you keep an apples to apples comparison, that seems like a more informative way of approaching this problem. It is possible. I think SACWAM, they're close. SACWAM was developed on the calcium 3 hydrology and other information. So they are very similar, but they're not identical.
Yeah, so so in recognition, we've got a couple of threads going here, and so I do want to rewind on one statement that Ms. Morris made regarding, she said 2006 work. I think she was referencing 2016 work. It was 2016 work that I was referencing. There were components of that work that used both a sort of precursor to calcium 3. It was the calcium 3 schematic and calcium 3 inflows that were being developed. Calcium 3 had not been released by DWR or Reclamation as a planning model at that time. And there were components that used calcium 2. And so the part that used calcium 3 was a model that was called the Sacramento Valley Unimpaired Flow Model. And that model did use calcium 3 inflows and schematic to route unimpaired flows through the watershed to delta outflow. So like SACWAM, it used an unimpaired boundary condition at Vernalis, and it routed unimpaired flows from the upper watersheds through the valley floor. We spent a lot of time discussing land use, groundwater pumping, groundwater level considerations with DWR modeling staff, and that's documented in the appendix to the working draft scientific basis report that I referenced earlier. I think we can discuss with the hearing officer whether that should be provided to the parties, but it is public information. So I do want to clarify that there was unimpaired flow modeling conducted with what was to become calcium 3 at the time, and the inflow hydrology only went through 2009 at the time. There have been a lot of changes in the past 10 years. I certainly want to acknowledge that. There was operational modeling done with calcium 2 that applied those unimpaired flows as flow requirements at various locations throughout the watershed. And that had similar, but to a greater degree, technical issues related to the mismatches in hydrology that have been discussed here today among the different models. But the calcium 2 modeling is not part of really what we're referencing here. It's the SVUFM Sacramento Valley Unimpaired Flow Model.
And thank you, Mr. Holland. It was 2016, and I did over the break speak to the folks who developed that. And because it may have some components of calcium 3, but calcium 3 has been also updated. So it would be I think I said earlier 2 months, and I confirmed that we believe that effort to do what you're suggesting that was done in 2016 would take, at least 2 months. And that would just be to be able to get that information, not the additional time to then run the unimpaired flow models.
Right, I understand that. The other related suggestion I want to make is that I mentioned the reclamation modeling. Reclamation clearly had a method for producing an unimpaired outflow time series in calcium 3 for that LTO consultation. I don't know the details of how they did that, but it may be possible to benefit from that technical infrastructure with the same inflow hydrology that's being used for the latest modeling for this project. And I feel like in going back to 2016, I might have lost the thread of other issues that I was being asked to respond to. So if anybody can remind me, there was another thread that I needed to address.
I think you got it.
As far as I know, thank you, Mr. Holland.
As far as I understand. And hearing Officer Kinsey, if I just may, it'd be so 200,000 again with all of those information. I just want to be clear that for request number 2, which we haven't even talked about yet, but for request number 2, we are running all of that supplemental information from the June 5th letter that has the ITP and the climate adjusted models for 75 LOC and 50 LOC. That information is being produced, and we would request that we not have to produce that information for because of the additional time beyond what the 2 timeframes we just talked about, but also because in essence, the percentage of unimpaired flow is creating in most instances a higher bypass flow. And we would expect that the impacts to water quality and water levels would be more informed based on the climate change models with ITP that you requested in item 2.
And just to clarify, Ms. Morris, when you said 75% LOC, did you mean 95% LOC?
I did, sorry, 50 and 95.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm getting really bad at swapping numbers. Mr. Holland, and you had to correct me today.
Well, I just want to make sure. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, again, so there is a huge jump from 75th percentile of climate models to DWR's 95th percentile level of concern. And having looked closely at how that was generated and the massaging of climate model outputs, averaging over climate shifts and getting rid of any climate shifts, assuming they were natural variability. I don't think it's an appropriate basis for the water board to base their own, so this is how the water board is supposed to make a decision about appropriate delta flow criteria and how it's going to be informed by the proceeding consulted pursuant to the Delta Reform Act. This is separate from CEQA. DWR initially provided their CEQA modeling. Then they provided their modeling for the ITP, and they were assuming that that modeling would be sufficient for the water board's appropriate delta flow criteria analysis, and it's now becoming clear that it's not. And the Delta Reform Act was a mandate by the legislature, and it was a huge part of that package was to protect the public trust in the project. So and there's a huge amount of emphasis that all the model runs have to have the same assumptions. And that's why you calibrate models. That's why you look at the assumptions. And I think you're really not considering the DWR is saying, oh, well, it has to be exactly the same. No, you just have to be aware of the limitations of the assumptions made in generating the hydrology. And there has been testimony by the Delta County's witness about the flaws in DWR's climate adjusted hydrology, and I found it very credible and very strong. So I think that DWR keeps pointing to products developed by DWR that will massage the climate model outputs, massage the hydrology. And I'm not going to testify and characterize these, but further than anything that's been done to the state. But the board has a public trust responsibility. This is about the board meeting their public trust responsibilities. And it's really unfortunate that this conversation wasn't had before the hearing. It is substantive. It does need to be had for you to be able to be adequately informed in making the decision about appropriate delta flow criteria. And this shows the level of delegation to Department of Water Resources of that public trust responsibility to determine the appropriate delta flow criteria.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. I think from here, I'd like to move to request number 2. But let me just recap where I understand where we are. I think, Ms. Morris, I understood from you that you and your team need clarification with respect to an off-ramp on the unimpaired delta outflow. You need and would like clarification, and I believe this is right. I just want to take a moment and make sure that the June 6th direction is the direction the AHO intended, which I believe it is, but that's another piece of this. And then I believe you did not say this, but from our discussion, I believe there's an open question about whether the AHO is requesting unimpaired flow or delta outflow model runs based on existing conditions or a future climate scenario, that may be something we leave kind of somewhat open-ended. It sounds like there are different factors in play in terms of both efficiency and probative and informational value on that one, but that's another piece of this that I expect would affect or might affect the proposal as to how we go forward. So I think those are things that you need clarification from the AHO team, the hearing team. And then my intent would be to ask DWR to submit once we get back to you within, I guess I'd say 5 business days. We can do it that way. And I can clarify this, but 5 business days to come back with a proposal and a plan as to the most efficient way forward. I see Mr. Do you want to go first, Ms. Morris, and then Mr. Fitzhugh, I think, has a hand too.
I just want to clarify on there was on the off-ramp and the applicable applied year-round or at a certain time frame. That was
year-round,
another
yes.
clarification. And then I did ask for clarification and about, and you said June 6th, and I probably said June 6th, but it's the June 5th letter for
Yes,
the
okay. Yeah, I wrote down June 6th, but that might, I don't know if it was me or you, but that one.
Whether the
Second one.
full, we need the full water quality package for all the scenarios in request 1. That was the last. Thank you. Sorry.
No, thank you. I'm writing all of these down. All right, thank you. Mr. Fitzhugh, would you like to jump in?
No, Ms. Morris covered it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's turn to request 2. I think we had some clarifying questions about what DWR has already done, just to make sure we're all on the same page. And I think for those, I'll turn to Ms. Zimmer, if you wouldn't mind following up on with respect to request 2.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me on camera?
We can see and hear you, at least I can.
Okay, I can't see myself, so I was not sure about that. Hopefully this is a little bit easier than the questions for this morning. We have reviewed the 4 modeling runs submitted on, I believe, October 10th, 2025, to see if they are at least partially responsive to request 2, I think. And I just want to ask a couple questions so that we understand what we've got. I see 4 runs starting with CCA4, CCA5, CCA6, and CCA7. Are these the modeling runs we're discussing right now? Just for clarification.
That is correct.
Okay. Taking a look at these, we're interpreting that CCA4 and CCA5 are equivalent to the updated baseline modeling with climate adjustments to 2043 for the 50th percentile level of concern and the 95th percentile level of concern, respectively. Is this correct?
I believe that is correct. Tom, I don't know if you want to chime in terms of those numbers, but yeah, the 4 runs that you mentioned, 2 are baselines without DCP. That is essentially based on 2043 CC50 and CC95 hydrologies that we talked about in our letter. And then the other 2 models are with DCP using the ITP criteria overlaid on those baselines, 2043 baselines.
Okay, and you've not done 75 level of concern, percentile level of concern, is that correct?
We have not, no.
Okay.
And we believe that it provides a range from 50 to 95 is median to more drier conditions. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Just really curious. I was looking at some of the way the modeling runs were labeled, and I noticed that the 2 that are updated baseline were labeled version 3.7, and the other 2 are labeled version 3.8. I'm not sure what they're different versions of, but I just thought I'd ask for a clarification on what that is, if it's significant.
Tom, do you want to chime in, Mr. Fitzhugh?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yes, the difference between 3.7 and 3.8, the criteria for the DCP bypass. So when we originally ran the 3.7 ones, it was based on the ITP application, but then the 3.8 one includes the final criteria in the final ATP. So we didn't need to rerun the 3.7 ones because those are the baselines that don't have DCP in them.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then is it incorrect to interpret that the sea level rise for the calcium model runs is 15 centimeters for the 50 percentile level of concern and 30 centimeters for the 95th level of concern percentile? Is that a correct interpretation of what we've got?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And what does that correspond to? Just because it is different from the FEIR, I believe.
The sea level rise assumptions, in this climate adaptation studies were based on some of the recent work that was done that was included in the new guidance that came out. Depending on the level of concern, in terms of 50th percentile or median versus 95, those sea level rise correspond to those assumptions with the hydrology.
Okay. Great.
So,
Thank you.
so 95 has a higher sea level rise assumption, which is 1.0 versus 50 that has half foot. And again, this is all consistent with the new guidance that came out from OPC 2024 guidance.
Okay. And then sort of lastly, we did request a technical memo in the same format as a DCP ITP. I understand that's a little bit under discussion as to which letter, and I don't want to get into those details. But I just wanted to confirm that, is it your understanding that you will be submitting a technical memo to accompany these model runs, and perhaps with whatever details have changed in terms of, for example, sea level rise or anything else that might be slightly different? Is that your understanding, that you'll be sending in a memo?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, we'll have a documentation in terms of assumptions related to the models. Yes.
Okay. I think that's all I had for that, for these questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Ms. Morris, will you remind, I don't think DWR had follow-up other than this June 5th confirmation, which we will get to. Is there anything else on this request? Okay.
Not for number 2.
And number 3, there were outstanding objections, which I will clarify shortly. Now that we've had a chance to look at the model runs and understand the model runs that DWR has submitted. So my intent at this point is to close out our discussion. We have follow-up from the AHO to DWR, and then DWR will in turn respond with a plan as to how we might proceed forward in writing, because we don't have, in writing. I also need to act on the outstanding objections with respect to this request, but that may be appropriate for me to defer in part until I see DWR's response about a possible path forward. I want to clarify requests 2 and 3, and those at least we can pick off and get more details. So you can expect a ruling from me on requests 2 and 3 by the end of the week. And then to the extent needed, it may make sense to see what DWR's proposal is to go forward with the unimpaired flow model runs and then go from there. But is there anything else on these model run request issues that we should talk about this morning, particularly when we have the experts here with us?
I just had one follow-up that depending on what happens with request 1, that the deadline in the letter for it to be due with rebuttal, which is currently December 22nd, may be problematic for request number 1, but I believe that we can meet request 2 and 3 if they don't change by that December 22nd deadline. So I just wanted to note that so that didn't get lost. So we might come back and ask for some time update on that first piece, depending on what happens.
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Morris. And I intended in that, and I think we're all on the same page, but I intended in that 8th amended hearing notice, I added a sentence to acknowledge that I had set that deadline, but now we're having these additional discussions. So thank you for that. Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, I did just want to say, so climate, why I'm participating in this hearing is, as we've seen in the last decade, climate change is going to increase conflicts in the watershed, and it's going to impact every beneficial use. So that's why I've made, and it's taken a lot of time to try to really advocate that adequate consideration of climate change, and particularly the hotter, drier future that we might see be considered when making, water rights decisions like this. So that's really what's on the table, and I think it's critically important for every protestant in the hearing. And my protest about temperature was specifically provide this information before the hearing starts.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Ms. Meserve.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just wanted to reiterate for the record that Mr. Lucas, our expert on that would relate to items 2 and 3, was not available today, and so was not able to participate in the discussion today. And then also, I guess maybe this could come out in the ruling that might be forthcoming regarding, how to consider this information, but it is unclear to me, at least, with respect to all of the information that may be forthcoming, how we should consider this information, and whether it is additional case-in-chief information that DWR would be submitting. I know the timing of it has been stated that it would be potentially due at the same time as rebuttal. Now it's been, stated that maybe it would be due later than rebuttal if DWR needed more time to prepare it. But I guess I'm just asking for a clear direction about how this information is supposed to be considered at this juncture in the hearing, so that protestants could appropriately respond to it. Thanks.
And thank you, Ms. Meserve. Let me follow up with why, because I actually don't understand. This is an honest question. Why does it matter what we call it? What is the relevance? What are we actually getting at here?
Well, I mean, I think back to the objections that I filed with other protestants on October 20th. We think it's relevant because we think this was something that DWR had a burden to present in order to even have a complete application to go forward with the hearing. And that secondly, it should have been presented at the time of its case in chief, and that we think it's highly irregular what's happening right now, and we object to the process. But maybe as a practical matter, it doesn't matter. I guess I'm just pointing out, we need to know what we're supposed to be responding to. And I guess if in fact there's some second wave of information coming from DWR because it needs additional time, then, that's going to affect the hearing schedule. And we heard from DWR on Friday that, it's concerned about the hearing not going quickly enough. And at the same time, it's telling us that it needs a lot of time to put together this information. So there's just a lot of conflicting strands of dialogue going on right now. So I guess that's all I'm pointing out. So I'm sorry not to be more helpful.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve. Mr. Krieger, please.
Thanks, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I just want to put an objection on the record to the extent that this conversation involves argument beyond the scope of what the intention of the discussion was today, and would like to reserve the right to respond in writing to any of the arguments raised during the discussion today. So I just want to make sure that that objection is on the record and to preserve the efficiency of what we're talking about this morning.
Yes, thank you. That is noted. Thank you, Mr. Krieger. And with that, Ms. Morris, is there anything else before we close this piece of our day?
No, I was gonna move on and talk about Mr. Salter potentially.
Okay, let's talk, please. So with that, let me formally thank you. I really want to thank all of the modelers and other thoughtful people who participated in our discussion this morning. I am closing the modeler discussion, so you are welcome to excuse yourself. And we will now move on to the substance of, well, this was, I mean, I guess substance as opposed to procedure, which I believe is turning back to Mr. Salter where we left off. Last week was with the potential recross based on redirect from Mr. Brodsky. And with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Morris. Do you have an update?
Yeah, I think I know I'm noting it's 11:38. I have maybe 5 minutes of questions for Mr. Salter, and I know we should probably get Mr. Brodsky up, but I think that we might be able to knock that out before
Yes.
for lunch.
That's what I'm thinking is that most likely we'll try to get through Mr. Salter and then break for lunch and then start afresh, a relatively short break for lunch and then start afresh with, I believe it's FOR's witnesses are next on our list. With that, I would like to turn to Ms. Safdie, if we can please elevate Ms. Safdie. And then also Mr. Brodsky, I assume, would like to be elevated. And then Mr. Salter. Good morning, Ms. Safdie.
Good morning. Thank you, Hearing Officer. I just wanted to note that the DTEC parties have several pending procedural questions before the hearing office. I know that the hearing officer had expressed a preference for resolving some of those later. I did want to note, though, that a couple of them are rather time sensitive. In particular, one of our witnesses has submitted revised testimony earlier last week. I believe that DWR had objected to that submission of revised testimony, and because he's coming on Thursday, we did want to make sure that he is informed whether he'll be able to proceed with his revised slide deck based on the revised testimony, or will not be permitted to do that. And I think the other two issues, and I'll defer to the hearing officer's preference on when to resolve these, were DTEC's requests for additional time to accommodate the examination of the subpoenaed panel tomorrow, and the request that we made over the weekend for clarification that as to the eighth amended hearing notice, that rebuttal will be permitted as to subpoenaed witnesses.
Thank you, Ms. Safdie, and thank you for the reminder on those. And I saw all of those, and you're right. I do need to. There are some time sensitive elements there. With respect to the time extension, do you have an estimate of time? And maybe it's in the request. I need to go back to it, but an estimate of time for questioning of the subpoenaed witnesses?
Yes, we're estimating between 1.5 to 2 hours, which is why we requested an additional 2 hours to accommodate that panel.
Understood.
We did confirm with the other protestants that others have more than that amount of time pending on their clocks that they don't anticipate using. We could submit more facts to that extent if that's helpful, but not more than 2 hours.
Okay. I'll go ahead and rule on that. I'm going to grant the time extension for that with respect to DWR's witnesses. So I know we're planning to see them tomorrow morning. So
that's right.
I will allow that. And we can check that off our list. I do need to look back at the revised testimony. And this clarification on rebuttal, it was a good question. And I need to think about, frankly, it some more about how to phrase it. So thank you. Yes, Ms. Morris.
On that, that came in late, and it was a request for clarification as to your ruling. And so we plan to respond to that. And the response deadline that you set for that is noon tomorrow.
Yes.
And we object to that. We will have in writing objections, and we did put in writing objections, and will continue to object to the significantly revised PowerPoint and testimony of the DTEC witness.
Noted. Yes, I understand that, and I just need to take a look at the testimony too. But thank you for Ms. Morris. Yes, you will certainly have a chance to respond in writing to the rebuttal issue.
Hearing officer, if I could briefly respond just for clarification on the revised testimony, the vast majority of the changes were simply organizational. So most of those were no changes to the analysis. There were a few maps that were removed. I think that there was one that was added, but that was based on analysis that was already done. The notice that we submitted, along with the request, noted the substantive changes, which were simply changes to the buffer areas, and to the calculation of significance, or sorry, the error calculation, just to make that particularly clear for the hearing officer's consideration. So I did want to note that the majority of the DWRs, the areas that DWR pointed out to in its objection are organizational changes. But we appreciate that the hearing office will want to look at that carefully.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Safdie. And we have Mr. Brodsky, welcome, and we have Mr. Salter. And I believe this is our relevant group. Good morning, Mr. Brodsky.
Good morning here, Officer Kinsey. I just had a couple things update on our witnesses. There were a couple of developments. We withdrew the testimony of Gia Moreno, and I sent an email on that yesterday. And then I spoke with our witness, Karen Mann, yesterday afternoon, getting her lined up for today. And she is ill and cannot testify today. It doesn't seem like we're going to get to her today anyway. And I'll get a status update from her this afternoon after we finish the hearing. So Mr. Salter is teed up and ready. And then our witness, Brian Tomlin, is also ready, could testify this afternoon if needed, tomorrow if needed, or Wednesday. But Wednesday he would need to finish by 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
And then witness Mario Moreno also is on standby.
So for today, of the panel you had initially for today, we just have one.
Only Mr. Moreno. So it
Only
might,
Mr. Moreno.
we
Okay.
need somebody from us to go this afternoon. I don't know how Miss Morris would feel about this. It might be better to go to Mr. Tomlin.
Mhm.
If we get there, that sounds great to me. I think
If we
we're
get
ready
there,
to do
yeah.
that. And I do think though that the 3 witnesses for Friends of the River, it seems unlikely we will get there today.
Yes, I think that's right.
So then maybe Mr. Tomlin might start Tuesday morning.
No, we're
No.
starting with we're going to start with the DTEC witnesses from DWR. Well, they're DWR's staff that the DTEC parties have called by subpoena. So we're going to start with them in the morning of the 28th,
Gotcha.
tomorrow,
Okay.
regardless.
All right, thank you.
But we'll look back to ordering to make sure we're all on the same page once we know where we are at the end of the day today. Ms. Morris, I'm sorry, you wanted to jump.
Those were not the exact witnesses that were subpoenaed. That we're making these witnesses available pursuant to an agreement. And then also we anticipate that because they are being presented by DTEC, that we will have cross-examination for them as well. So they're, it's more than an hour and a half to 2-hour time limit. I'm assuming, and I actually cannot give an accurate estimate of what the cross would be, not knowing what the direct is, ironically.
Yes.
So I don't have a time frame. But we can finish Mr. Salter before lunch. I'm positive.
Right. Okay. Let's do that and let's go there. Welcome back, Mr. Salter. Thank you so much for your patience. And good morning. Let's just do an audio check.
Good morning.
Excellent. It is working. We can hear you. And with that, I will turn things over to Ms. Morris for any recross that you may have based on Mr. Brodsky's redirect.
Yes, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up HCC SCDA 066? Thank you. And Mr. Salter, do you recall that Mr. Brodsky asked you about this document on Thursday last week?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you, Ms. Mullen, can you just scroll through these 3 pages very quickly? Mr. Salter, you only included the cover page and 2 other pages to this model correct?
Yes, but the entire document is something that I have relied on. But this portion that was attached just deals with the single event noise criteria.
And when you say you only relied on these 3 pages in your testimony, because that's all that you provided, correct?
Objection, mischaracterized. He said that he relied on the whole document.
Would you like to rephrase the question, Ms. Morris?
I think it was a question about whether he relied. I heard that he said that, but you've only provided these 3 pages, correct?
Correct. These 3 pages relate to the single event noise issue, which was a part of my written testimony.
And are you aware if any jurisdictions within the Delta Conveyance Project area have adopted this model ordinance?
Did you hear the question, Mr. Salter?
I did. I'm thinking on a good answer to that question. So I believe that we discussed that the state of California developed this model noise ordinance, and that in reading other city noise ordinances, I see a lot of the same verbiage and the same approach. So I'm thinking of Oakland, the city of Oakland, for example. If you read their noise ordinance, it seems like they've adopted a lot of the information, but I can't testify to 100% acceptance, because what's interesting about this noise ordinance, it was developed over a number of years, and then it was changed, improved, adjusted, etc. So that's the development of this noise ordinance vis-a-vis being adopted by particular cities.
I have a couple questions follow up. Mr. Salter, is Oakland, the city of Oakland, within the Delta Conveyance Project area?
Good question. Not to my knowledge. So if you look at the Sacramento City or Sacramento County noise ordinance, I see similarities, and exactly how much Sacramento County embraced the model noise ordinance, I'd have to study both in more detail.
And you just made a comment, well, now I've kind of lost my follow-up question. Let me think for a second. In regards to my question, you said that Oakland had adopted, and maybe there's some similarities with Sacramento County, but do you know if Sacramento County adopted this specific model ordinance with these specific DBA criteria that were shown on page 3 or page 2?
As I testified a minute ago, I'd have to look at all of the charts and numbers to see the extent to which Sacramento County adopted the model noise ordinance.
Oh, I remembered my question. You said that this ordinance, and I'm paraphrasing, so you can correct me, was is old, but it's been sort of upgraded or built on. And my question was in response to that question I asked you, who was it, this agency that updated this, or has this particular model been updated, or did you mean by the cities who have adopted it, that they may have made changes and modified it?
I meant the cities and counties. I'm not aware that the state of California has adopted or has modified their model noise ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much for answering my questions and for coming back today. And I think, unfortunately, we won't get to see you again, at least until next year.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you so much, Mr. Salter, for your patience and staying with us this morning. And thank you, Mr. Brodsky. I believe from here, we would be ready to move to Friends of the Rivers witnesses. It's a sensible place to break for lunch. My proposal would be, let's take a short lunch. We have a lot to do in the next 3 days. And I would like to come back at 12:30. But before we break, is there anything else that we need to address procedurally before we take our short break? And I should say formally, Mr. Salter, thank you so much. You are excused. I didn't formally say that. Thank you. And I very much appreciate your testimony and your time with us. Mr. Brodsky, please.
So I should inform, or any of my, do we think any of my witnesses will go today? Or what should I tell them as far as about standing by?
It seems unlikely, but I would say let's retain Mr. If you can let Mr. Tomlin know. I'm flipping back to see what my time estimates were. I don't know if you wrote them down for FO.
I had, let's see, the 4 witnesses.
I think there are 3.
Swanson, 1 hour. Oh, maybe that was Miss Morris's cross-examination time, so I better not say anything because I'm not sure if I have it right.
If we can elevate Mr. Flanders, I think we may have someone who can remind me.
And I can give an updated on the cross-examination time.
Great.
For Ms. Swanson, I think it's between an hour and a half and 2 hours. For Mr. Center, I believe it's 30 minutes. And I would ask Mr. Krieger is going to cross-examine Ms. Cooley first. And so based on state water contractors going first, we may have 10 to 15 minutes of follow-up.
And I will look to Mr. Krieger. Do you have an estimate?
At this point, I would estimate between 30 and 45 minutes.
Okay. So that's coming out to more than 4 hours. It seems highly unlikely we're going to get to Mr. Tomlin unless things shorten up.
Okay, and then tomorrow we're starting with the DTEC witnesses, and then if there's time left in the day, I would be up again after them. Is that the way it would work?
Let me look. I have to pull up we're doing DTEC first.
If we don't finish the Friends of the River, that's my question too, is would they go after the DTEC panel?
Yes, I believe that's right.
So Friends of the River would go after DTEC then?
I think so, because we will have already, we would be in the middle of cross-exam at hopefully. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up my schedule here.
Sure.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'm just throw this out as a suggestion that because I know on October 29th we have to finish Lundy and Paulson from Sac Sewer, that there are more DTEC witnesses on the 29th, but if Mr. Brodsky was looking for certainty, it may make sense to have Mr. Tomlin and Mr. Moreno and Ms. Mann go on November 17th.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering too. Mr. Brodsky, would you inquire with
I will.
With your witnesses whether November 17th would be an acceptable date? It would also give Ms. Mann some time to
to recover.
Would be good.
I thought that was only for cross-examination of the site visit, but if it's also for general testimony, then that would be great, I think.
Well, we've taken it off calendar for the site visit because not off calendar. We kept it on calendar just in case. I intentionally did that. But we will be having a subsequent date in December for cross-examination of the site visit witnesses so that DWR and others will have a chance to view the video of the site visit, which may or may not be available before November 20th, but it will be available as of November 20th. That's another thing we need to talk about. But yes, we have November 17th scheduled on the calendar and we don't have anyone on it. So if that works for you,
well, would be good. We'll try for that. I think that would be great. Just a quick question on the scope of rebuttal, and if it's can't be answered now, then we'll do it in writing. But it's my understanding that what an opposing witness said during their cross-examination is suitable to have a rebuttal witness to rebut what they said on cross-examination, not only their submitted written testimony, but what they said on cross.
Correct.
Okay. And then the final thing, Miss DWR had made this suggestion of some kind of listserv for making sure everybody gets served. I think that's a great idea. So
I think it's a great idea too, except we don't have a listserv. I don't think I was going to address that, but so all of you can hear it now. I don't think we have the technical. I mean, we're going to talk to DIT, but we don't right now have a subscription or whatever that is to listserv.
I see.
So that's something that the AHO, I mean, that's a longer term thing that I will look into. And this is a longer term hearing, so maybe we'll have it before we get to the end of it. But we don't have that capability right now, unfortunately.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Flanders, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Still good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Friends of the River filed a request on October 23rd for an additional 30 minutes of direct examination time.
Yeah.
We anticipate we would be able to complete in less than that, but nevertheless, we would appreciate a ruling before our time expires so that because if it expires during the examination or Ms. Cooley's testimony, we would simply be out before Mr. Center would begin. Sorry, which leads me to my second point, which was in that motion, we did switch the order of our witnesses such that today we would like to begin with Dr. Swanson and second go to Heather Cooley and then finally Charles Center.
Thank you. And your request is granted. Please be as efficient as possible, but I understand wanting that buffer there. So thank you for that. Ms. Desjardins.
Sorry, just real briefly, the water board does have listers, so the AHO might not.
We used to use listserv and then we moved to Gov Delivery. So I think we have Gov Delivery now instead of listserv, but we will look into that. That's my understanding. Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. All right, that took a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and take a lunch break until 12:40. I will see you at 12:40. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, I see we have Mr. Flanders, and I will turn to you, Mr. Flanders. Do you have an opening statement that you would like to make at this time?
Thank you, Jason Flanders, for Protestants Friends of the River. We made a comprehensive opening statement as to each of our witnesses. I believe it was September 19th.
Aha.
So again,
It's
for
been a while.
efficiency, we are prepared to proceed directly with Dr. Swanson.
Thank you. And I recall now. Thank you so much. So with that, I want to make sure, I think we have all of our relevant participants except for Dr. Swanson, who we need to call up. Let's see. I will look to the hearing team if we can please elevate Christina Swanson. And I saw Ms. Morris, you are here, so thank you. And with that, Dr. Swanson, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute. Welcome, good afternoon.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
If you would, please raise your right hand and I will administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Good afternoon, Dr. Swanson. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Christina Swanson.
Excellent. And Dr. Swanson, could you please confirm that Exhibit FOR 003 is a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. And Ms. Mullen, could you kindly elevate Exhibit FOR 004 amended DCP testimony for Dr. Swanson?
I think our question, I'm sorry, Mr. Flanders, did you say amended? That it should be?
That's correct. There's an amended testimony for Dr. Swanson was served and uploaded, I believe the 23rd, last Thursday.
Let me make sure we have that.
Mr. Flanders, sorry, could you say who sent the email?
It came from Esmeralda Bustos at our firm. I'm sensing that people may not be in possession of this document.
We are looking. At least the AHO is looking.
And I did get, I may be missing it, but I know that I did see corrected center testimony that came on Friday, but that was, and the motion for time, all from Esmeralda Bustos. I did not see an amended notice of Dr. Swanson.
Yeah, I have the email here. It was sent at 1:57 p.m. to the full service list, which I'm happy to forward along.
I think
For everyone's
sometimes
edification,
the service list issue is like I did get 2 of the emails, but not a third one. And I think some, depending on if you reply to all, some people have a more thorough list than others. Let me check.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I'm confirming that the AHO received the email. We have not yet confirmed that. So let me see if that
I see S. Morris at calnevawaterlaw.com here, but if more efficient, given everyone's time constraints, I will represent there are two components essentially to the amended testimony. One is some citations to exhibits got off, and I think off by number. That one would probably be most appropriate to just resubmit. Additionally, some of the draft testimony was stricken, which I believe Ms. Swanson could also just do today, perhaps. Dr. Swanson, if you'd be prepared to do so. I can also just, again, forward the email along now.
I think forward the email along now. It looks like the AHO did not receive it, so there may have been a mail out problem somewhere along the lines.
It seems like maybe a size, if none of us got it, but you see it, and I've confirmed that we haven't received it, so maybe that might be the issue.
Understood. In which case, emailing it again may not work.
I don't think uploading it may be the answer. But we may need to walk through any changes.
Okay. Why don't we do that then? And we can follow up at the next break to make sure everyone gets it, or I'll double check the FTP site. But for now then, Ms. Mullen, could we simply proceed with FOR 004? Excellent. Dr. Swanson, are you familiar with this document? And you can request Ms. Mullen to scroll through if helpful.
Yes, I am familiar with this document.
And is this a true and correct copy of your written testimony for this matter as submitted July 11th?
Yes.
Would you be able to direct us to the paragraph in question that you have corrected through your amended testimony?
Yes, there are several locations in this document where I made a correction based on this particular topic. The first occurs on page 4, line 18 through 20. The sentence that reads, DWR's analysis excludes consideration of relevant reports on other species vulnerable to exposure and harm from the DCP, including delta smelt, steelhead, white sturgeon, and green sturgeon, was stricken. Shall I go on to the next?
Please.
The next occurs on page 9, line 13. Actually, the sentence starts on line 12. I beg your pardon. We're looking at the same one. Yes. According to the DCP FEIR, under low river flows and resultant low sweeping velocity conditions of 0.4 feet per second, the word fish was changed to Chinook salmon could be exposed to the water diversion screen for 90 to 120 minutes. The next correction begins on page 10, line 23, and continues through lines 1, 2, and 3 on page 11. It starts with, I'll read the whole sentence. First, DWR's FEIR analysis of impingement, screen contact, and passage at the proposed intake facilities was limited to a literature review and extrapolation of research results for new text was added for Chinook salmon, delta smelt, green sturgeon, and white sturgeon. I might have changed that I believe I'm sorry, I'm reading from my handwritten notes and not a red line version. I think I changed it, the last part of that sentence, for Chinook salmon and Delta smelt, period. And then it references footnote 15, which was also revised. And I regret to say I don't have the revised text on my handwritten copy here. But essentially it was revised to reflect the table 12-2 in the FEIR on page 12-43 mentioned that near field analysis of the screens was done for Delta smelt and Chinook salmon. The next
Sorry, I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, these are pretty significant changes and actually areas in which I have a fair number of cross-examination. Would it be possible to take a 5 or 10-minute break, get the uploaded version so I can print this out and get reoriented? Because this actually does impact.
Yes, I can understand that. So I'll look to you, Mr. Flanders. Are you able to upload the revised testimony within short order? And
Yes.
we are trying to also recall on our end, is FOR uploading their exhibits to CSPA's folder? What
Perhaps
FTP
that is,
credentials are you using?
they should be uploaded to the FOR folder.
My understanding is there is no FOR folder, which is why we're puzzled as to where to look. Sierra Club?
I see Friends of the River et al. Exhibits.
I think it's under Camp Lotus is my recollection because it was Camp Lotus was the first, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. That's how I downloaded
Dr. Swanson's testimony and exhibits are in the folder entitled Friends of the River et al. Exhibits.
Right. No, I understand that. I think, and this may not be a question on your end, Mr. Flanders. It may be a question on our end. When we receive them, they're in upload folders, which are different than the folders you are referencing. And I'm trying to figure out which one that is. But we can find it. If you upload it, we will find it. But if you're
I
able to do that,
apologize for the confusion.
that's okay.
Yeah.
If you're able to do that over a
It looks like Ms. Bustos is indicating that they were uploaded to the DCP Sierra Club site, FTP site. But if I can confer again during a break and make sure, I'm assuming we're seeing the same folders that you are.
yes, if you can please upload it or confirm that it looks like the Sierra Club, but that doesn't matter. Use using the credentials that you were provided by the AHO, and then we will come back to this. We will move it over as soon as we see it come in.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, we've located the revised or amended testimony in the Sierra Club's upload folder.
Okay. And we are moving it over to the FOR folder?
Yes, we will move it
on the FTP site.
Thank you.
And then, Ms. Morris, do you want 5 minutes to, I don't know if you need to print it off or,
Sadly, I think I need to print it. So,
Mr. Bobker, did you have something to add here?
Simply that at the time of uploading of our original exhibits, we did not have a separate FOR folder, but there was one Sierra Club folder for all the protestants in the Sierra Club et al. Group. So, if there's a need to reorganize that, we certainly are willing to do so. But that was the option we had at the time in July.
No, thank you. And that's fine. And that is completely on our end. And it was, we were internally trying to figure this out while Ms. Mullen was trying to pull up files. So we were, thank you for that. And I didn't mean to create any conclusion. We have found the file. Let's take a 5-minute break. It should be in the FTP folder now. And we will come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone for your patience. I think we have hopefully sorted this out. I will look to Ms. Morris. Were you able to locate the amended testimony? Excellent. With that, I will turn back to you, Mr. Flanders. Would you like us to pull up the amended testimony?
Yes, please.
Please, Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. Dr. Swanson, could you scroll through this document and confirm whether this is a true and correct copy of your amended testimony?
Can we please scroll through, Ms. Mullen, to page 4, lines 18 through 20? It does not show the red line, but the sentence that I determined needed to be struck has been struck, so it's showing as blank there with that extra period. The sentence that was struck, shall I read it?
That's okay, Dr. Johnson. We did separately include a red line, and Ms. Bustos has resent the service copies with a zip file. Hopefully, everyone should be able to receive that by email now, and we provided a red line to indicate where the changes occurred. Dr. Swanson, for now, I think for efficiency's sake, if you're able to confirm that this document is the true and correct copy of your final amended testimony, that would suffice.
I believe it is, yes.
And thank you. As part of your amended testimony, have you referred to and cited to exhibits FOR 101 through 119?
Yes, if those are the references that I cited in my testimony.
And are you familiar with those exhibits, the exhibits
Yes.
cited in your testimony? Great, thank you. That's all for this document. Ms. Mullen, hopefully you're additionally in possession of FOR 100 Swanson summary testimony amended.
I believe we are, so I think we located that at the same time.
Great. And if you could elevate that document, please. Excellent. Dr. Swanson, could you take a moment to confirm that this is a true and correct copy of your amended summary testimony?
It looks to be so on the basis of the first slide.
Would you like Ms. Mullen to scroll through?
Could you scroll through the first couple of slides, please, Ms. Mullen? Keep going. One more, another one. One more. Yes. And now you can go back to the beginning.
Excellent. And with that, Dr. Swanson, could you please provide us with your summary of testimony?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Christina Swanson. I'm providing this testimony as an expert on climate change and California water and fisheries issues, and on behalf of Friends of the River and the Center for Biological Diversity to oppose the California Department of Water Resources application to add 2 new water diversions for the Delta Conveyance project. I'm an environmental scientist with decades of experience in California's water, fisheries, and climate change science and policy, including work with UC Davis, the Bay Institute, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and the San Francisco Estuary Partnership. I currently work as a scientist with Project Drawdown, an environmental NGO focused on climate change solutions. Next slide, please. The purpose of my testimony is to evaluate DWR's environmental analysis supporting their request for 2 new water intakes to divert and export Sacramento River water via the Delta Conveyance Project, or the DCP. My testimony focuses on 2 issues: the effects of the new water diversions and fish screens, and the relationship of DCP operations with the likely effects of climate change. The effects of the DCP's new water diversions are important because these facilities will be an additional known adverse impact on the lower river and estuarine ecosystems and on the diverse fish resources that depend on these ecosystems. The relationship of the DCP with climate change is important because, if it is approved, the project will not begin operations until 2045, and it is planned to operate for the next 100 years after that. The effects of climate change are already detectable in California, and there is no doubt that these effects will worsen over the next decades and century. Understanding the potential long-term effects of climate change that climate change could have on the DCP's function and operations, and the effects of those operations on fish and ecosystem beneficial uses, is essential for the State Water Board's determination of whether the project will unreasonably harm other beneficial uses and whether the project is in the public interest. Next slide, please. My testimony is based on my review of selected sections of the FEIR and various other supporting and related documents. I organized my assessment around two broad questions. First, has DWR conducted a credible analysis and evaluation of DCP's functions, operations, performance, and environmental impacts under future conditions? And second, will the DCP's operations significantly and adversely affect other beneficial public trust uses, including fish resources and the lower river and estuarine ecosystems? Next slide, please. Based on my review, it is my expert opinion that DWR's FEIR analysis of the DCP is incomplete in some respects and deeply flawed in others. This is particularly true for DWR's assessments for the future effects of climate change on the DCP, but DWR's analyses of the likely impacts of the new diversions and fish screens are also generally inadequate. Because of these fundamental problems, it is unlikely that the project will operate or perform as DWR expects and predicts. Instead, it appears that DWR's current analysis overestimates the project's water supply performance and underestimates its environmental impacts. Despite these analytical limitations, the FEIR clearly demonstrates that the new water diversions will harm fishes and degrade ecological conditions in the Delta and the San Francisco estuary. I further conclude that the DCP's harms to these beneficial uses are significant and unreasonable based on four aggravating factors, including one, the current at-risk status of many of the affected fish species. Two, the current poor and deteriorating ecological conditions in the lower river and estuary. Three, the high degree of uncertainty surrounding DWR's proposed mitigation for the project and climate change impacts. And four, the uncertain functional necessity and water supply benefits of the proposed new diversion facilities. Next slide, please. To further discuss my conclusions regarding the new diversions and fish screens, I'll start with some basic facts. First, the new water diversions will likely affect all resident and migratory fishes living in or moving upstream or downstream in the Sacramento River. This includes all four runs of Chinook salmon, steelhead, delta smelt, green sturgeon, and white sturgeon. Second, due to the diversion locations, the planned timing of diversion, and the large physical and hydraulic footprints of the facilities, it is likely that the majority of out-migrating juvenile salmonids and juvenile sturgeon passing through this reach of the Sacramento River will be directly exposed to the diversions and the fish screens. And finally, the 900-foot-long, 8-foot diameter cylindrical fish screens are a novel design, and as far as I'm aware, untested for any species under any condition. Next slide. Although the DCP's fish screen design is untested, there is laboratory and field research on other fish screen types and on how various fish species respond to fish screens and the diversion-induced flow conditions near them. However, DWR's FEIR analysis of the near-field effects of the DCP water diversions and fish screens is largely based on only one species, Chinook salmon. Available research has shown that other species are more susceptible and more vulnerable to harmful fish screen fish screen exposure and contact. Next slide, please. Even with its limited analysis, the DCP's FEIR does show that the new water diversions will cause direct harm to fishes, further degrade local and downstream environments, and reduce survival. First, there's a high likelihood of fish being directly exposed to the fish screens in their induced artificial flow fields. These exposures could be prolonged as long as an hour or more, and for some species could cause injury, stress, and death. Predatory fish, like striped bass, are attracted to and tend to congregate near structures and areas of altered flow conditions. Therefore, fish near the intake facilities will be at higher and potentially prolonged risk of predation. In addition to these near-field impacts, diversion of water from the river reduces river flow downstream, which degrades another beneficial use, estuarine habitat. Estuarine habitat quality is already poor. The new DCP diversions will make it worse. Finally, DWR's FEIR also reports that the new diversions will reduce overall through delta survival of downstream migrating juvenile Chinook salmon. Survival of these fish is already low, and the new diversions will make it worse. Next slide, please. The limited mitigation measures that DWR has identified are uncertain with regard to their efficacy and whether they will be implemented. The fish screens may prevent fish, small fish in particular, or medium to small fish, from being physically removed from the ecosystem, but the screens themselves are very large and their fish protection efficacy is untested. Water diversion rates may be reduced under low Sacramento River flow conditions, but the large size of the facilities, the low sweeping flow requirements, and the lack of fish bypasses will result in fish being directly exposed to the intake facilities for extended periods of time. DWR's plans for future studies and adaptive management to reduce diversion impacts on fishes are similarly uncertain and therefore insufficient to conclude that the harmful impacts of the new water diversions can or will be mitigated. Next slide. Based on my review of DWR's limited impact analysis and my own assessment of the DCP's proposed new fish screens, I conclude that the new diversions will harm fish and estuarine habitat beneficial uses. Next slide. I will now discuss my conclusions for DWR's analysis of the effects of climate change on the DCP. I'll again start with some facts. Climate change will manifest in the DCP project area in multiple ways, including increased temperatures, reduced snowpack, more variable and extreme precipitation, more variable runoff and stream flows, and more frequent, severe, and prolonged droughts. Next slide. Climate change is already happening in California. Its effects on several environmental variables relevant to the DCP become detectable around the 1980s. The graph on the left shows California's average annual temperatures increasing markedly starting in the 1980s and 1990s. The graph on the right shows that the frequency and severity of droughts has also increased since about that time. Next slide. There are numerous serious analytical problems with DWR's FEIR analysis of climate change effects on the DCP. First, the FEIR uses an outdated and unadjusted hydrological baseline, the CalSim 3 dataset for 1922 to 2015. They use this as the hydrological time series upon which they then apply climate model generated perturbations in surface runoff, base flow, and other variables. This hydrological sequence of wet and dry years from the past century is almost certainly unrepresentative of future conditions. Instead, it's biased towards wetter conditions. Second, for its comparison of the DCP to the no project alternative, the FEIR applies a climate adjustment using the 2040 central tendency climate scenario. Contrary to DWR's rationale for the DCP in a hotter and drier future, this climate scenario projects that future precipitation and runoff conditions will be substantially wetter than today. This introduces additional bias into the FEIR analysis and increases the likelihood that DWR is overestimating water supply benefits and underestimating the environmental impacts of the DCP. Third, the FEIR includes very insufficient sensitivity analysis. But even that limited analysis clearly shows that under future conditions of less precipitation and runoff, the DCP's water supply performance and environmental impacts worsen. Fourth, the FEIR includes no analysis of how the effects of climate change after 2040 could affect the project's operations or impacts during its operational lifetime. Instead, DWR contends that, and I quote, "The compounding uncertainties associated with climate change, system operations, water demands, and regulations associated with predicting future conditions," close quote, mean that projections beyond 2070 would be too, quote, "too speculative to provide any meaningful information." In my view, DWR's failure to analyze or report in the FEIR how the DCP might function and operate in the decades after it becomes operational renders that document fatally incomplete and fatally flawed. On top of this, it turns out that DWR has in fact analyzed the DCP under a 2070 climate scenario, but it did not include these results in the FEIR. When the DCP was analyzed using the 2070 median climate scenario with 3.5 feet of sea level rise, the results showed, and I quote, "more frequent occurrence of SWP and CVP reservoirs at dead storage, an additional drawdown of groundwater storage compared to existing conditions and 2040 scenarios," close quote. This is strong evidence that the DCP needs more comprehensive and credible climate analysis before the new water diversions for the project can be approved. Next slide. DWR's 2070 climate analysis shows that there will be multiple interactive effects of climate change on the DCP and of DCP operations on future water and environmental conditions. Even under the 2040 CT climate scenario, DCP diversions during the ecologically important winter and spring period result in lower Sacramento River flows, lower delta outflows, and an upstream shift for X2, indicating degradation of low salinity estuarine habitat. All of these ecosystem variables affect the survival and/or population abundance of resident and migratory fish species. Analysis of DCP operations and impacts with other climate scenarios yield similar but worse results, with higher levels of adverse impacts to most of these ecologically important variables. Next slide. DWR's 2070 climate assessments also illuminate another serious problem with DWR's apparent expectations for the DCP and how to mitigate the effects of climate change on its operations and performance. DWR conducted a series of sensitivity analyses in which they adjusted other water management variables, including reduced irrigated acreage, reduced south of delta exports, and, of most concern to me, waiving environmental protections in the driest 15% of years. This suggests to me that DWR's operational assumption for the DCP and its mitigation response to harsh climate conditions will be to seek to waive compliance with environmental or water quality protections. These are the same environmental standards and protections that were developed to protect fish, wildlife, and ecosystem beneficial uses during dry conditions. Unsurprisingly, the results of these model simulations predict further degradation of Sacramento River flows, delta outflow, and X2 location compared to the no project alternative. Next slide. Based on my review and assessment of DWR's analysis of the DCP in relation to climate change, I conclude that DWR's FEIR analysis is not credible and in fact is fatally flawed. But despite its inadequacies, the analyses are clear that the DCP will harm fish and estuarine habitat beneficial uses. Next slide. Based on my expertise and review, I've reached two broad conclusions. First, if the DCP is approved and constructed, it will exacerbate the ongoing degradation of the estuarine ecosystem and population declines of native species. Second, because of their seriously flawed climate change analyses, I don't think DWR has a credible or realistic understanding of how the DCP will operate compared to their stated objectives or compared to potential alternative projects to achieve those same water supply objectives. For these reasons, I believe that DWR's request to add 2 new water intakes on the Sacramento River to divert water for the DCP should be rejected. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Swanson. And with that, Mr. Flanders, just to confirm, you're planning to present the witnesses individually for cross-examination, is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Then with that, I will look to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Swanson?
I do. I apologize in advance. I just want to see if I understand what just happened here. So, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up FOR 100, and I wanted to confirm, is this this presentation, summary presentation, has there been any changes to this, or is this the one that was submitted in July of this year?
You want me to answer that?
Yes, please. Yes, I'm
Yes.
asking you.
There was one minor change made to the summary presentation slides, and it's on slides 5 or 6. Could we scroll through to forward, please, Ms. Mullen? Keep going. It's this slide, which I don't know what the number is. The change that was made is the third bullet, FEIR analysis limited, that used to say limited to Chinook salmon. And in preparation for my testimony, as I was reviewing it, after the original was submitted, but well before this testimony, I reviewed the FEIR document in more detail and determined that in fact, DWR had conducted some analyses with some other species with regard to water diversions and fish screens.
So in essence, it says FEIR analysis limited, and it used to say 2 Chinook salmon, but that has been removed.
Yes, the 2 Chinook salmon text has been removed in this version.
And if we, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up the red line of FOR 004, and you said that you did additional review of the FEIR after you submitted your testimony, and these changes are based on that additional review, correct?
That is correct.
And if we could go to page 4 and scroll down to the red line. Yeah. I'm trying to understand, because with these strikeouts, it's a little bit difficult to understand here, the changes. So if we look at this line 8 through 17, you say that it's focused almost entirely on one fish species that will be impacted by the water intake facility, Chinook salmon, correct?
Can you reiterate and clarify for me, which lines in particular are you looking at?
I'm looking at above the red line because they're not exactly lined up. I said I'm looking at, it's like 16.5 to 17.5.
Got it.
Slightly skewed.
Yes.
Okay. And do you see on line 17.5, it says, well, on the top of the one on 16 through 17, focused almost entirely on one fish species. You see that? But you struck the sentence that says that DWR's analysis excludes consideration of other relevant reports on species, correct? Including Delta smelt and steelhead and white sturgeon and green sturgeon?
Yes, I struck that sentence because upon further review of the FEIR, I did see that they had referenced some of that literature, although they had not conducted the kind of detailed analysis of potential fish screen impacts that they had done with Chinook salmon.
And so it's your testimony that you have no changes to that, focused almost entirely on one fish species.
Yes, I would argue that that is an accurate representation, that the bulk of the analysis that was conducted to evaluate the effects of the fish screens was almost entirely, particularly with regard to quantitative analysis, focused on Chinook salmon. Most of the other descriptions and analysis or assessment of fish screen impacts on most of those other species either essentially said they'll behave just like Chinook salmon, or it was more general and narrative and to some extent speculative.
Okay, then I guess maybe I will have more questions. Dr. Swanson, did you conduct any quantitative analysis to support the opinions in your testimony?
I actually, in collaboration with others at UC Davis, conducted some of the scientific research upon which the current fish screen criteria for fishes in California, including Chinook salmon and Delta smelt, was based. Those experiments were with Chinook salmon and Delta smelt. I'm also familiar with other scientific research conducted by former colleagues on some of this on green sturgeon and white sturgeon. But I myself, for this testimony, did not do any independent quantitative analysis.
Regarding the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Beyond assessing and evaluating and interpreting the information included in the FEIR with regard to these fish screens, no.
Okay, and because of my citations, I'm going to use this red line version. And if we could, Ms. Mullen, go to page 6. And looking at your lines 15 through 16, or yeah, 50, sorry, again, it's a little off. Do you see where it says the screens will be located in the upper half to upper third of the water column?
Yes.
And I don't see any citation to that, but I did have some questions. Did you have a citation for that statement? Is it based on?
I think it is, the citation is footnote 4.
Okay, so you did review chapter 12 and some of the tables? Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up what's been marked as
I believe Ms. Morris froze, at least on my end.
She looks same.
Yes. We will give them a moment there at DWR. There you are. It looks like you're back, Ms. Morris. It looked like you froze. So you may have frozen again, partially. So you were asking Ms. Mullen to bring something up, I believe.
Yes. Am I still stable?
You seem to be okay. So please proceed.
Okay. If you could pull up AHO 1099. That comment, if I'm stable, got a laugh in the room. So 1099, AHO 1099, please. And you cited to this chapter, so you're familiar with it. Is that correct, Dr. Swanson?
Yes.
And if we could scroll.
Uh-oh.
I think we've lost you again, Ms. Morris. Which I know there's nothing you can do about it, particularly. It's a Monday.
Hello?
All right. I think we're back.
Okay. Sometimes the internet says it's unstable, and I don't it's not, we've done all the updates and everything, so
Yeah. It's just the world. It's like the wind blowing, I think. That happens to me too. You were asking Ms. Mullen to scroll to a particular place and then we lost you.
Yes. Could we please go to page 77? And if we could scroll down. In your footnote, you are citing to table 1213 in footnote 4, correct?
Yes.
And if you could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to the next page, 78. And let's focus on if we could go to table where we can see table 1215 and 1216 too, if we can. If not, we can go one by one. Do you see that this is intake B, and this is showing various monthly water surface elevations and exceedance percentiles?
Yes.
And do you understand that U is upper and L is lower in terms of the top of the cylindrical screen at intake B?
Yes.
And do you see that based on the different percentiles that there are times when, there are times when that the strike all of that. I'm having a hard time. For intakes B, do you see that there are times that the percentage is not in the upper percentage of the water column, it's in the lower percentage, correct?
Yes.
But in your testimony, you say the screens will be located in the upper half to 1/3 of the water column.
I made that statement on the basis that that's where they'll predominantly be, yes.
So is it reasonable to qualify your statement in your testimony to be generally in the upper half of the water column?
Yes, that would be reasonable.
And in your testimony, thank you, Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to the red line of 4004. And on page 7, at the top, do you see, just to orient us, where it says current fish screen standards?
Yes.
You mentioned current fish screen standards, and operations of the fish screens will be required to be permitted by the fish agencies, correct?
That would certainly be my understanding.
And would you expect the permitting of the operations of the fish screens will include fish screen standards?
Yes.
And I didn't see it anywhere in your testimony that you cited to what's been marked as AHO 065, which is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
I do not believe I reviewed that document.
Are you aware of that document?
Only in a general way.
Are you aware that there are velocity criteria included in the ITP conditions of approval?
Not specifically.
So is it fair to say that if I asked you any questions about the ITP in terms of the mitigation or conditions of approval, that you have not reviewed those and they are not incorporated into the opinions that you state in your testimony here today?
That is correct.
If we could please go back to, well, let's orient ourselves so we can be on the same page. If we could go to page 8, line 4 to 6 of 404. And I think you're citing here in this statement on lines 4 to 6 to AHO 1099. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you're stating in the DCP's FEIR, DWR predicts, and then you start to quote at exposure of juvenile migrating run-a-run Chinook, and then it quote ends at frequent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if Miss Mullen could please pull up AHO 1099. Thank you. And if we could go to the line that you cite, or page that you cite 77. And I believe it's at the top, around lines 13. Do you see that line 13? It says this suggests that exposure. Is that the line that you're citing to in your testimony?
Yes.
If we look at the full sentence, which is not cited, would you agree that it actually states if they occurred near the left riverbank on which the proposed intakes would be located?
Yes.
Is there a reason that you didn't indicate that that was a partial quote in your testimony?
I think I was probably trying for brevity, and I did not, select to use the entire quote, not because I was trying to misinterpret its meaning.
Did I freeze again?
No, you're here.
Oh.
Did you miss part of the response?
I did. Was there still more response? Were you thinking I couldn't tell if it froze or?
I think Dr. Swanson, can you repeat the
Certainly.
last sentence or two, please?
Yeah, I beg your pardon. I used only the front half of this quote because I was trying to reflect the fact that the FEIR recognized that juvenile migrating winter run Chinook salmon and the other Chinook salmons as well would be potentially exposed to the screen on a frequent basis. This sentence goes on to elaborate that's on the basis of their typical vertical migration distribution and if they occurred on the left bank.
You also cite to what has been marked as FOR 105 in that footnote 8, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up FOR 105? And if we could scroll down. Dr. Swanson, is this a location where the proposed DCP intakes would be located?
I do not know the answer to that question.
You don't know?
No, I don't. Essentially, I cited to this document because it reports results of some surveys done to identify where in the cross section of a river down migrating fish tend to be more concentrated as they move downstream. The results of this show that they tend to be more concentrated towards the outside bends of rivers. And as I also mentioned in my testimony, the two DCP proposed diversions are located on or near outside bends on the Sacramento River.
Can you scroll up, Ms. Mullen, so we can see the location of this study? And you see that this appears to be the Clarksburg Bend in figure.
Based on the description, yes.
And does that refresh your recollection if this is a location of where the proposed Delta Conveyance Project intakes would be located?
No. I do not believe the locations they surveyed here are exactly the same as where the DCP fish intake structures are anticipated to be.
And would you agree that this bend shown here is a more dramatic bend in the river than where the proposed Delta Conveyance Project intakes would be located?
I believe that may be the case. My use of this reference to understand potential exposure of the salmon migrating past the intakes was based on the more general understanding and finding that down migrating Chinook salmon tend to concentrate on outside bends, not on this specific bend.
Okay, and if we could just, sorry to jump around a bit here, but if we could go back to 4 the red line version on page 8, Miss Mullen. And looking at lines 12 through 14, you are citing to percentages of river width and diversion, correct?
Yes.
And this is citing to modeling that's included in the FEIR, correct?
Yes.
And were you aware that the incidental take permit imposed additional restrictions on North Delta intake diversions?
No.
Are you aware? Well, actually, I know, and if you can't answer these, we can move on, but I'd like to at least open up AHO 65. Please, Ms. Mullen. And I will represent to you that this is the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance project. And I'd like to go to, and you have not reviewed this document.
I have not.
And if we could go to page 205. And if we could, do you see that this 11.11 is diversion criteria?
It's certainly titled diversion criteria.
And if we could scroll towards the bottom so we could see the bottom of 204, 205 and the top of 206. Right there, yeah. Do you see that the ITP, were you aware that it is determining bypass flows, whether or not Sacramento River at the location of the intakes is tidally dominated?
Not having studied this in detail, I'm hesitant to try to summarize it.
Well, would you agree that the document states that it's going to be considered tidally dominant when the 25-hour running average Sacramento River flow is below 20,000 CFS?
Objection. The witness has stated she's not reviewed the document, so having the witness simply read the document is not a good use of her testimony or time.
I'll allow it, Ms. Morris. I assume you're laying a foundation here for your next question, so.
I am, and if we could scroll down a little bit. And yeah, right there, great, thanks. And do you see on the third permit, the third condition here, it says that permittee will not divert from the North Delta intakes unless a minimum bypass 25-hour running average Sacramento flow of 6,000 CFS is maintained downstream of the North Delta intake C?
I see that text, yes.
And do you also see that the permittee cannot, so DWR cannot divert from the North Delta intakes from March 1st to May 31st?
That is the last bullet, yes.
So based on this understanding and appreciating that you haven't reviewed this document, do you believe that with these changed conditions in the ITP, that the percentage of flow that you cite to 17 to 22% may not be accurate anymore based on these additional operating criteria?
I don't know that I can make that statement. The information that I referred to in my testimony came from the FEIR. I based it entirely relying on their analysis that they did at that time. I do not, having not reviewed this is the ITP, that you have on the screen. I'm unable at this time to make any kind of comparisons between these two documents.
Is there a reason that you didn't look at the ITP for these flow and bypass numbers in your testimony?
No good reason, except for that I felt that I had sufficient information, or that most relevant information that was being submitted to the board, and for my analysis in the FEIR and some of the other selected documents. I did not review the ITP.
And if we could go back, please, Ms. Mullen, to 4 page 8. I should probably say FOR and then 4 so the record is more clear. It's probably thinking I'm saying 44. So I will say OR 4. Thank you. So if we could just go looking at line 11, for example, you're using a flow example of 18,000 CFS and a different diversion rate. Do you think it's possible that that information is not entirely accurate based on the new criteria, bypass flow criteria in the ITP?
I think the information that I stated in this sentence and that I referenced from the FEIR is as accurate as the FEIR is. I have no basis for knowing whether or not this information, which is based largely on modeling, is accurate beyond the fact that DWR published it in the FEIR. I think Ms. Morris just, at least she went off camera for me.
Yes, she did go off camera.
I'm having technical difficulties at this moment. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we just can't see you.
I'm not sure.
Which may not be important. That's up to you, but we can. It helps me know when you may be frozen. That's the one benefit. Now we can. No, we may have lost. There you are.
I'm back.
You're back.
I don't know how to explain it other than a Monday, so.
We had trouble with the Zoom webinar. I can't explain that either.
Okay, my whole screen just went blank, but sorry. So back to page 8, if we could look at lines 17 through 18. And in this sentence, what do you mean by intercepting?
I mean the fish encountering the hydraulic flow field of the water diversion.
And looking at those same lines, you didn't provide any data to support the statements in those page 8, lines 14 through 18, correct?
I think these statements are based on earlier statements where I cited references to the FEIR. I'm on the same page here. In footnotes 9 and 10.
So your testimony is that the FEIR says that the likelihood of the new diversions intercepting high percentages of migrating fish. I can find it in those sections.
I beg your pardon. I'm making the interpretation that the likelihood of the new diversions intercepting high percentages of fish migrating during water diversions operations is high, based on the information that was presented in the FEIR, in which I cite in either footnotes 9 or 10 in the text above. If you could scroll up on the screen a little bit, Ms. Mullen.
And I'm specifically talking about the sentence beginning, given the large diameter, on line 13 through 17. I do not see any citation.
As I said, I am making an interpretive statement based on the information in the preceding sentences, which is cited.
And if you could look at paragraph 19, DC, where you talk about the DC plans to preferentially and maximally divert water during periods of high Sacramento River flows?
Yes.
And would you consider Sacramento River flows at Freeport above 50,000 CF?
Uh-oh.
We lost Ms. Morris again. So
can hear you.
it's not your fault, but would you consider flows at Freeport above 50,000? And then I believe we lost you.
Okay, I will restate. Sorry. Would you consider Sacramento River flows at Freeport above 50,000 CFS to be high, as you put it?
Probably, yes, I would.
And the maximum diversion for the Delta Conveyance project is 6,000 CFS, correct?
That is my understanding.
And if we could please open AHO 1099 again. Did I freeze again? Sorry.
No, I think we're at 1099.
I'm paranoid there we go. And this is something that you cited to AHO 1099 and have reviewed, correct?
Yes, you're on chapter 12.
Yeah. And if we could look at PDF page 88. And did you look at this diversion table based on Freeport flows that's shown in table 12-22?
I do not think I spent a lot of time with it, no.
Okay. If we could just look, if we could scroll down to the bottom, and let me just ask you that, oh, sorry, Miss Mullen, yeah, thank you. Do you see that this is for alternative 5?
The bottom table that's at the bottom of this page?
Yes, table 12-22.
Yes.
Okay, and this is showing a percentage of months when North Delta diversions are in particular ranges based at flow at Freeport, correct?
Yes.
And if we could, I think we need to scroll down to page, we can go slowly because this table goes over several pages. If we could just scroll, do you see it's increasing in the percentage of flows?
Yes, I see the flows at Freeport. That column on the left is increasing and the table is showing a range.
Great. And then if we look at this, where do you see now that the top column where it says 50,000 to 70,000 CFS and it says total North Delta diversions all?
Yes.
And looking at the months in particular from let's see, December to May, would you agree that it's between 5 and 22% of months in the whole calcium period would meet that criteria?
I believe that's what the table says. I think it's 22% instead of 23, unless I misheard you.
I think I said 22, but
I may have misheard you. I apologize.
I think I said 5 to 22%. Okay.
That is the range that is portrayed on that row.
Okay. And if we could scroll back up to the bottom of this next page. And perfect. Do you see on the lines where it says the very bottom line, which shows where their diversions could be between 5,000 and 6,000 CFS?
Yes.
And would you agree that even though, and if we need to scroll down in February on the bottom of the page, it was a 22% month, but maybe let's just scroll down. I'm sorry. If we could just scroll to there we go. Do you agree that under all the conditions, there's 22% of February's that have those high flow conditions?
Yes, it says 22 underneath February.
And then if we could scroll back up to the next page. I don't think we're allowed to split pages on this PDF, but so if we could look at the very bottom row, and unfortunately, if we could see the months on top, I don't know if we can zoom out so that we can see the month of February. It might become too small. We might have to Right. Can you see that okay, Dr. Swanson?
Yes.
So even though 22% of February months over the modeling period had those high flows, do you see that only 4% of February months had diversions of 5,000 to 6,000 CFS?
I see that's what the table says, yes.
So would you agree that that's not necessarily maximizing diversions?
Let me clarify a little bit. In my review of the FEIR, I utilized the results of their analyses to assimilate and interpret how the FEIR was determining whether and to what extent there might be impacts on fish. I myself did very few kind of quantitative analysis using this kind of quantitative input content, I should say. I tried actually usually not to reference this kind of information and to instead make broader, more interpretive statements in my testimony.
Right, but you did say that the DCP plans to preferentially and maximally divert water during periods of high Sacramento River flows, correct?
I did, and I think that's entirely accurate.
Okay, and if we can go back to your testimony on page 9, so FOR for the red line version, please. And looking at lines 1 through 3, do you see where it says, therefore, the DCP's planned operation? Are we on page 9? Sorry, just making sure I'm in the right spot.
Believe so, yes.
Need to scroll up a little bit.
I think, yeah, it's just a
Oh, and
hanging.
it looks like it might have broken pages differently than
It
in
may be on page 8
Yeah.
in the amended version.
Yes.
There we go.
Sorry, yes. So sorry. Now we need to go back to page 8, line 23, starting there. Thank you. DC, where you talk about the DCP's planned operation will also, in essence, maximize the proportions of migrating juveniles of all these species that are directly exposed to the intakes and fish screens.
I do.
Actually, so is it fair to assume that you have not reviewed DCP ITP condition of approval 11.111.3?
That is correct.
And so your opinions don't take into consideration any of the criteria that's set forth in that condition of approval?
They do not.
In your testimony on page 9, and this might not be, hopefully we get to the right spot. I'm looking at line 9 through 11 on page 9, and it might be up.
Are we in paragraph 20?
It's on line 7 now. And it's looking at the top of line 5. The DCP's proposed fish screen design also differs from long, flat plate fish screens such as the Glenn-Clusa fish screen. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And are you differentiating that the Glenn-Clusa fish screen has intermediate bypasses that the DCP does not?
There are several differences between the Glenn-Clusa fish screen and the proposed DCP. One of them is that the Glenn-Clusa fish screen does have fish bypasses, which divert the fish away from the screen back into the river channel. As I understand the DCP's fish screen design, there are no fish bypasses.
And are you familiar with the Glenn-Clusa fish screen?
To some extent, yes.
Do you know if the Glenn-Clusa fish screen intermediate bypasses are still in use?
Actually, at the moment, no, I do not. I used as my reference for this a report published a number of years ago.
Okay, well, I think we should look at that report. I believe it is FOR 107, based on your citation. Could we please pull up FOR 107, please? This is the report that you're talking about, Dr. Swanson, correct?
It is.
And if we could go to PDF page 17. And if we could scroll down towards the bottom. And do you see at the bottom of this page where it says removal of the weir blocks in August 2006 is believed to have improved fish survival by reducing predation?
It's the last sentence on the page. Is that correct?
Yes.
I do.
And then if we could go to PDF page 7, please. And if we could scroll down to the text, yeah. Do you see in here, sorry, and I'm trying to find my spot. Could you go up to the, sorry, on PDF page 7, can we scroll up? Is there more text? And I might be missing this. No, okay. If we can go to PDF page 24. And then I think we have to scroll down right there. Do you see at the bottom of this page, do you see that it says additionally, once the flow control weir blocks were removed, the internal bypasses became non-functional?
Oh, the last sentence.
Yes.
I see that sentence, yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 18. And then, and looking at this exhibit, do you see that the table shows that no further testing was done with the bypasses open from 2006 and onwards? Do you see where it says no, not applicable, bypasses open in all of those columns for 2006 and on?
Oh, 2006 and on, yes.
So it seems like that even prior to your testimony today, that this report indicates that once the weir blocks were removed, that the bypass flows were no longer functional, correct?
According to this, that appears to be the case.
And if we could go back to FOR 4. And I'm looking, I hope, oh, it's not, it's a different page. It's the same page here, but the lines are slightly different. So where you're talking about in lines 2 through 4, and you're citing to the Columbia River.
Oh, lines 2 through 4. Yes.
And I believe the statement says is the Columbia River screens are approximately 30 feet long compared to the DCP's proposed 900 feet long screens.
Yes.
And just to clarify, I think in your previous testimony, you acknowledged that it's not a single 900-foot long fish screen, correct?
That is correct. It's a series of approximately 30-foot sections joined together with some space in between.
And
or solid material in between.
And are you aware if there's a gap in between the 30-foot sections?
Based on my understanding of the screen design, there is a space between successive 30-some foot long screen sections with, my understanding was that it was connected with fully opaque material. In other words, solid. Is that what
So-
you mean by a gap?
If we can, maybe we'll just look at the chapter that you reviewed, and go to AHO 1099, please, Ms. Mullen. And we could go to PDF page 80. And then if we can look at footnote 21, please. It's at the bottom and we might want to make it a little bigger. Yep. So do you see here that the screens are 29.33 feet long?
Yes.
And they're separated by a gap of 1 foot?
Yes.
And that each screen would include 7.66 feet of manifold between the two screens comprising each unit, so that there would actually be a 21.67 foot length of fish screen per screen unit.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that a fish swimming downstream is not necessarily exposed to a 900 foot length of single screen?
Yes, that is correct.
And a fish might encounter only a single screen unit or none at all, correct?
Theoretically, although the fish are probably transiting near the screen and responding to the downstream sweeping flow current, as well as being partially drawn towards the screen by the approach velocity. So whether the fish can essentially find itself within the hydraulic flow field of one screen section and then escape that flow field during the intermediate section, based on my understanding of fish behavior and fish screens, I think that would be unlikely. I did not interpret these elements of the fish screen design to be in any way comparable or similar to what I understand a fish bypass to be.
And if we can look back at your testimony, sorry, the FOR for the track change version. I think I'm looking at the where it's in line 11 where it says far longer than the recommended 60-second exposure duration.
Yes.
And when you say the recommended, are you talking about the recommendation you cited on page 7 of your testimony?
Is that where I am referencing current fish screen criteria?
We can go there and maybe you can orient me because I was looking for, I thought that's where you were making a
Yes,
recommendation.
it is the fish screen criteria for anadromous salmon from the National Marine Fishery Services FOR 104. That is what I am essentially basing that statement on.
And what line is that on your testimony?
Oh,
On
that I'm
page
referencing
7?
that
Yeah.
is on
Oh,
page
footnote 7?
footnote 5. Oh, and then actually I cite the quote in footnote 7.
Right. So in that and that study that you're citing to, is that talking about fish screens on canals?
I believe I state yes. Yes, it says exposure duration applies to fish screens on canals.
Okay. And then if we're still on page 9, I believe it's lines 18 through 22, the DCP diversion facility will, in my judgment, yes, we're on the right. I said it's
there we
actually
are.
16. It's 16 now. The DCP diversion facilities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you clarify what you mean by entrained fish will be at a higher risk of predation in the context of this sentence?
Entrained fish are those fish which are essentially in the hydraulic flow field of induced by the water diversion through the screen.
And you didn't provide any supporting citations for this statement, correct?
That's why I prefaced it within my judgment.
And do you know if the FEIR for the Delta Conveyance project that you reviewed discusses predatory fishes and predation risk?
Do in a general way, yes.
And would you agree that it cites to relevant studies in the Central Valley?
Now you'd have to point me to particular places in the FEIR.
But you didn't cite to the FEIR in this context, correct? You just in your own judgment.
And my experience and expertise, yes.
And if we could go to page 10. And I'm looking at I think it's line 3 now. Yet according to the FEIR, do you see that sentence?
Yes.
And you make the statement that there would be a further reduction of through delta survival of Chinook salmon, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at footnote 14, you're citing to AHO 1025 for that statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can we please, Ms. Mullen, pull up AHO 1025? And Dr. Swanson, is there a reason that you cited to the North Delta diversion priority sensitivity analysis rather than another appendix or chapter in the EIR?
I think I probably cited to this one because it had the information that I wanted to reference.
Do you know what the North Delta diversion priority sensitivity analysis is?
Not specifically.
If we could look at PDF page 10 of this document. And if we could scroll to the table. There it is. I think we probably have to scroll down to the next page. Would you agree that the 10% value you cited is the highest and it occurs in one water year type in 1 month?
Yes.
And are you aware of the permit terms and conditions that are marked as DWR 1101R 1101 revised 2, I think at this point?
I do not believe I am if it was not included in the documents that I have cited here in this testimony.
And did you review the DWR's operating plan that was submitted as part of this testimony?
No.
And are you aware that the Department of Water Resources has a South Delta preference and is not going to be operating as indicated in this appendix that's marked as AHO 1025?
No.
If we could pull up what's been marked as DWR 00803, please. And have you reviewed the incidental take permit application for the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
And if we could go to PDF page 412. And do you see that these are similar tables that show probability of juvenile Chinook salmon through Delta survival? And I'm looking specifically at it got very small. 10, 12, and sorry, table 4.3-14, which is on the top, and 4.3-15.
I can certainly see the tables. I, of course, have not reviewed these.
So you don't know if the through delta survival is less than what you cited to in AHO 1025.
Without reading the content and the text that explains these tables, I would be hesitant to interpret them.
Would you agree that if these tables are the most relevant bypass flow criteria and ITP conditions, that they would be more relevant than what you cited in your testimony as AHO 1025?
I do not know that.
Objection assumes facts that these tables are the most relevant evidence.
I think you got your answer. Thank you, Mr. Flanders. I think you got the answer you were looking for, Ms. Morris.
And are you aware if the information you cited considered any tidal habitat mitigation?
The tidal habitat restoration mitigation was identified as one of the mitigation actions in the FAIR, but I did not further review that information.
So just to be fair, so I understand what you're saying, in terms of your citation of AHO 1025, you're unaware if that through delta survival modeling contained any tidal habitat mitigation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I am about to transition to another subject, and I don't know if this is a good time to take a break.
It's
or I
probably
can-
a good time. That's fair enough. Thanks, Ms. Morris. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 2:27. Thank you. All right, welcome back to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record? And I am looking to our court reporter.
I am here.
Excellent.
And
Are you ready
ready.
for us
Thank you.
to get started? Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you.
And with that, we have Mr. Flanders, Dr. Swanson, and Ms. Morris. So back to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could we go back to FOR 4, please? The track change version. And if we could scroll up so we could see paragraph 23. And Dr. Swanson, you do not have a citation for your statement in paragraph 23, correct?
Paragraph 23 basically summarizes my conclusions regarding the analysis and the likely effects of the two diversions and fish screens.
And it says, based on all these factors, are the factors that you are referring to indicated starting on paragraph 16 through 22 on page
Yes.
7 through 8, 9, and the top of 10 of your testimony?
Yes, but I would add to it, it also is based on my interpretation of the information included in paragraphs 13, 14, and 15 as well.
Okay. I wanted to, if we could scroll down to paragraph 25 on this page. I have some questions. Regarding Delta smelt, are you aware that the FEIR included assessment of Delta smelt migration upstream past the North Delta intakes?
Yes, they had a description of that.
And it's contained in chapter 12, which you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
And if we could, Ms. Mullen, please go to AHO 1099. Okay, thanks. And I think if we could go to PDF page 160. And if we're looking at section 7, where on line 7 where it says North Delta exports, do you see that?
I do.
And if you could scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to so we can see lines 35 through 36. Do you see that the methods for the upstream, sorry, Mr. Flanders, could you possibly go on mute if you're going to type? I'm so sorry. I'm easily distracted. I'm so sorry. Okay. I will re-ask the question. On lines 35 to 37, do you see that the methods for upstream migration analysis are also described in more detail in Appendix 12B?
Yes.
And did you review Appendix 12B?
No.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as AHO 1102? Do you see, Dr. Swanson, that this is that Appendix 12B that has the Bay Delta methods and results?
I do.
Okay. And can we go down to PDF page 264? And we could scroll down a bit. I think. Yep. And do you see that this is that what was referenced in 12B delta smelt upstream migration past North Delta diversions?
It appears to be.
And if we could go to PDF page 268. And looking at lines 11 and 12, do you see that it is citing Swanson et al. 2005?
I do.
And that's the fish treadmill experiments that you were conducted, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that it was considered in this appendix?
Yes.
And on page 265 of the same document, do you see on line 15 that it's also referring to Swanson et al. 1998?
Yes.
And further down, it's looking at, you can also see on line 24, it's referring to Young et al. 2010.
Yes.
And are those other studies that related to delta smelt fish screen interactions and swimming ability that you were a co-author of or author?
Yes.
And if we could go back to AHO 1099. And if we could go to PDF page 205, please. And if we could scroll down a bit. I think keep going. Yeah. And do you see that this is Aqua 8 is talking about effects and operations of water conveyance facilities on the southern DPS green sturgeon?
Yes.
And if we could go to page 206. And do you see on line 6, the Paletto et al. 2014 reference?
Yes.
And would that be one of the studies that you claim in your testimony was not considered in the FEIR?
No, that study was clearly, definitely included in the testimony.
And
Excuse me, in the EIR.
And then on that same page on line 29, do you see, I'm going to mess up this name. Actually, it's the wrong page. Hold on one second. And if we could look at the top, oh, sorry, it's figure at the top of that table. Oh, right there. Do you see on line 13 that the information presented in this is from Verhill et al. 2014?
Yes.
And does that paper provide information on flow tolerance limitations for green sturgeon and white sturgeon?
I did not review that paper.
And would you agree that this figure shown on, I can't see the figure number, but it's providing a summary of flow tolerance limitations by month for green and white sturgeon?
Having not reviewed the paper and not seeing the caption on the table, I couldn't say.
Okay. If we could go to FOR 109, please. Okay, and this is a study that you cited, right?
I believe so.
And this is the Paletto 2014 that we just referred to in the FEIR, correct?
Yes.
And this study, the study was a 2 wedge wire stainless steel screens which were suspended in a 60-degree V configuration in a test flume with the apex pointed downstream, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And if you want to, if we could look at PDF page 7 of the same document, does this show an apparatus of that 60-degree V configuration for the 2 wedge wire stainless steel screens?
I believe that's what the diagram is meant to show.
Okay, and just to sort of orient us, so do you see on the top in white where it says wedge wire screens and there are 2 V's that are connected?
Yes.
And then it shows the test area as 1.5 meters.
Yes.
Okay. And the fish moving with the flow in the vicinity of the screen would tend to move into the V arrangement of the screen, correct?
Yes.
And is that the screen configuration that is proposed under the Delta Conveyance project?
It is not.
And if we could go back to AHO 1099 and page 206, please. And if we could scroll to the bottom of that page, it's there. Yep, great, thanks. And this is 206. And maybe I missed sorry, just I'm trying to find my spot here. I think, can we scroll up? I might be misorienting us. We can keep going up. Yeah, it's right. This is the right text here. And you see this is, again, citing to Paletto et al. 2014.
Which line are you on, please?
Oh, I'm looking at line 6, where it references Paletto.
Yes.
And looking on what begins on the end of line 3, where it says juvenile green sturgeon were found to frequently contact or become impinged on laboratory fish screens. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Would you agree that that also says that the approach velocity was several times greater than proposed for the North Delta intakes?
Yes.
And let's see, sorry. If we could look at, well, actually, let me just, if we can pull this down for a second. Regarding steelhead, have you conducted any research on that species?
No,
No?
I don't believe so. To be honest, I'm struggling to recall whether we ever had steelhead at UC Davis when we were doing the treadmill experiments, and I admit I don't recall. I'm quite sure we didn't publish a paper though.
Okay. So if you did anything regarding steelhead, the results were not published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal.
Not by me.
And maybe just to confirm, if Ms. Mullen, if we can pull up what's been marked as DWR 1163. Okay. This fish treadmill developed fish screens criteria for native Sacramento San Joaquin watershed fishes. That's what we were just discussing, correct? The research that you conducted.
Yes, I had forgotten about these final reports.
Okay. And then again, this is not a published peer review. This was not published in a peer-reviewed scientific journal, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 30. And if we could scroll down, let's get thanks.
I had forgotten this.
Do you see where it says screen contract rates for, this is looking at Chinook salmon and steelhead?
Yes.
And do you see that it says the rates were comparable to those measured for Chinook salmon?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you. And if we could scroll down to page, I think it might be on this page, it's number 4. Might be on the next page. There we go. Do you see under 4 optimally protective fish screen design? Do you see that?
Yes.
And would you agree that that in essence this is, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but it's stating that within the geographic range or critical habitat of the Delta smelt, fish screen criteria based on the requirements of this delicate species will provide adequate protection for all other potential affected species that were tested in the fish treadmill studies.
Based on our fish treadmill studies, yes, that was correct. The fish, the Delta smelt were the most vulnerable.
And then just to summarize, the species included in this report were Chinook salmon, steelhead, Delta smelt, green sturgeon, and white sturgeon, correct?
If that's what the report says, then that is correct. As I say, this was a long time ago, and I must say I don't remember every individual species that we tested.
Okay. Do you, apart from this Chinook salmon, Delta smelt, steelhead, white sturgeon, and green sturgeon, did you or others in your laboratory research fish screen effects for any other native fish species in the Central Valley?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, we can take this down. Do you recall Sacramento split tail?
Yes, we did some work with split tail, but I cannot remember whether we put them in the treadmill.
And sorry, Miss Mullen, if we could please pull up AHO 1099. And again, this is chapter 12 that we've been looking at. And if we could go to PDF page 219. And we can scroll down. I want to keep going to the Aqua 11. Yep. Do you see that this is a similar section that we looked at, and it has to deal with several species, including Sacramento splittail?
Yes.
And then if we could go down to page 220 and kind of in the middle, I'm looking at around line 16 through 18. Is Danley et al. On line 18, is that one of the papers that you reference, or I'm sorry, is that one of the papers that you are familiar with?
No, not that I can recall.
Okay. And if we could just on that section, do you see that it says under on line 17 through 18 that laboratory investigations suggest split tail exposure to fish screens do not have a significant sublethal effect or increased mortality?
I see that sentence, yes.
And then Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to FOR 4, please. And I want to look at page 11, but I'm positive I have the lines. All right, yeah, perfect. If we can see on line 2 where it says, for example, research with Delta smelt.
Yes.
And to support this statement, you cite for FOR 108, correct? In footnote 16. If we need to scroll down, we can.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could please pull up FOR 108. And if we can look at PDF page 3, figure 1. And looking at this figure 1, does this represent a diagram of the annular test channel that used in this study?
Yes.
And can you provide a general overview of the study design, including the channel width and depth?
Oh, I can't give you this, short of looking at the paper, I couldn't give you the specifics on channel width and depth, but channel width.
I think it's on this page is 44 centimeters, but we can, maybe we can make it bigger and scroll down a little bit.
Is it in the diagram or in the text?
I think it's in the text.
Yeah, it's not
But
in the diagram.
to be honest, I can barely see. So I think if we scroll down, do you see where it says water depth in the channel was held constant at 44 centimeters?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think if we go up, I think it'll tell us the bottom of the previous page will the outer and inner screen diameters. Yeah, do you see it says the outer rotating screen was 4 meters in diameter, and the inner fixed, which was this fixed screen, was 2.8 meters.
Yes.
And is 4 meters, is it roughly 13.123 feet? Approximately.
Approximately.
And 2.8 meters is about 9.18 feet.
Probably yes. I'm doing the math in my head.
Okay. And would you agree that the Sacramento River width at the proposed intakes location is several hundred feet?
Yes, I believe so, without looking at a map.
Would you like, I can pull up something. Why don't we pull up AHO?
Would you excuse me just for a moment?
Oh, yeah.
Certainly.
Come here. Out.
I noticed the dogs. I was distracted in a good way by the dogs.
I do apologize. Yes, settle down. I beg your pardon.
Let's
Please, Ms. Morris, go on.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we pull up AHO 1099? And let's go to the table 1217 on PDF page 881. And then I think looking at intakes B and C, you know, would you agree that the intake, the river width is several hundred feet?
Yes.
Over 500? Okay. And would you agree that the Sacramento River at the proposed intake locations is deeper than 44 centimeters or roughly 13 feet?
Yes.
Okay. Would you expect, given the dimensions of the Sacramento River as compared to the lab flume, that delta smelt in the Sacramento River would have a lower probability of encountering the North Delta diversions than the fish in the lab study cited in FOR 108?
Yes.
And I think, I'm so sorry, Ms. Mullen, to go back, but could we please go to FOR 108? And I think PDF page 9. And if we could scroll towards the bottom. Do you see where it says this analysis clearly? My question is sentence that states this analysis clearly demonstrated that survival after exposure to a fish screen was most strongly influenced by the approach vector, and the highest survival occurred in flow regimes with an approach velocity of less than 8 centimeters per second.
Yes.
And are you aware that the maximum approach velocity requirement included in the DCP ITP is 0.2 feet per second, which is approximately 6 centimeters per second?
Yes.
And would you agree that that maximum approach velocity of 0.2 feet per second would also be protective of salmonids?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to FOR for track change. And I want to look at page 11. And the paragraph 26, lines 9 and 10, just for orientation purposes. Regarding your statement on page 11, lines 9 through 10, that the proposed fish screen is novel. What do you mean novel by novel in the context of that statement?
I am not aware of any fish screen design similar to this that has been tested in the lab. And I am not aware of any similar fish screen design to this that has been tested in the field with regard to its protectiveness of exposed fish or with regard to fish responses to the fish screen.
So are you really getting at it's novel in terms of the number of screens?
I believe it is, from my perspective and experience, based on what I know about fish screens that are out there in the world, it's novel in the sense that it is a cylindrical screen that extends over an extremely long expanse of length, total screen length, recognizing that it's not completely screened the entire length. And also that it's located so close to the river shore. Those are the things, those are the elements of the design that struck me as something that I had never seen before.
And with respect to cylindrical screens, are you aware the FEIR did cite both the, am I saying this correct, content study? And that's the same study that you cited as FOR 106, correct?
I'll trust you on the number, but yes.
Now yes, I think that's what I had marked down. And are you aware that the FEIR also cited other studies such as Demetris et al. 2013?
I'd have to look into the text. I don't recall that one specifically.
Okay. And if we can stay with line 11, or page 11, sorry, or maybe it might be different now. Sorry, it's on the old one, I was looking at 1126. I'm trying to find that bear with me while I'm trying to find the new page citation. It's on 12 now.
Are you looking for a footnote, Ms. Morris?
No, I'm looking for here.
You're looking for paragraph 26?
Yeah, no, it's not a paragraph. It's all right, here it is on page 11, now line 12, where it says instead they propose that. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And in essence, you're saying that DWR is going to wait until the project's constructed and operational before it will conduct studies to measure the effectiveness and impacts on fish species. Is that correct?
That is what I interpreted from reading the FEIR. Yes.
Okay. And if there were information to the contrary in the ITP conditions of approval, you would not have reviewed those, correct?
That is correct.
And looking at, I think it's going to be page 12. Bear with me. Yes, paragraph 28, beginning on line 7 now. The limited mitigation measures that DWR has identified. Do you see that?
Yes.
And by mitigation measures, you're referring to those discussed in the FEIR, correct?
Yes, I also tended to consider the existence of a screen itself as intended to be a mitigation measure for the diversion, but yes, I was also referring to the ones that are listed in the FEIR.
And you give installation of a positive barrier fish screen as an example of mitigation, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And because you did not review the ITP, is it fair to assume that the minimization and mitigation measures that were in the ITP were not considered when formulating your conclusions?
I did not, because I did not review that document.
In the interest of time, I would like to make another objection to avoid asking Ms. Swanson about whether or not she reviewed or what conclusions she may have regarding the ITP.
I'm going to allow when it's appropriate, Ms. Morris can confirm. I mean, I think we've established that, Ms. Morris, but I can understand you're confirming that.
Yeah, thank you. And let's go to page 13. And looking at I was lines 13 to 14, so sorry, I'm struggling here with this track change. With first for all of the modern future conditions. It's paragraph 33 on page 14. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
And in that paragraph, you state that the DCP FEIR used an unadjusted hydrological baseline, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the modeling, including the ITP that was presented in this proceeding and is shown in DWR 1110, used an adjusted historical hydrology?
Did you refer, or were you once again referring to the ITP?
No, I was referring to modeling that was presented in this hearing that's marked as DWR 110 that includes the ITP operational considerations.
I have not been listening to the hearings, so no, I'm not aware of that.
And looking at lines, page 16, I think. I'm sorry. I gotta get, I'm not finding the lines, so I gotta. It was line 16 through 19. Oh, right here. Right here, do you see on paragraph 35 where it says the very limited sensitivity analysis?
Yes.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as PDF, I'm sorry, AHO 1197. Did you review this chapter, Dr. Swanson?
I certainly went through some of it, yes, because I believe I cited it at least once.
And if we could go to PDF page 25. And if we could scroll down beginning on lines 22. Yep. Would you agree that the FEIR concluded that the differences between alternative 5, the Delta Conveyance project, and the no project alternative were generally similar in 3 2040 climate change scenarios?
Okay, the question is, were the results similar between the three climate change scenarios that they did? And the answer is no, there were some differences.
But do you see that it says the differences between alternative 5 and the no project alternative were generally similar
Yes, they do
to the
say
three climate
generally
change
similar.
scenarios? Okay.
That is what it says here.
And I do not believe you cited the 2040 analysis that included biological modeling for fish and aquatic resources, correct?
No, I do not believe I cited that.
And if we could pull up AHO 1105. So you did not review this or cite this, correct?
That is correct.
So your conclusion about the limited sensitivity analysis is based on looking at calcium outputs plots that you cite to in paragraph 35?
Yes, it was looking at the input, excuse me, that the model outputs that I reviewed in the sections of the FEIR that I cited.
And looking at hopefully page 19. It's actually at the bottom of page 18 now on line 20. Oh, sorry, I'm back on FOR. Sorry, Ms. Mullen, FOR 4. Page 18, line 20. Do you see where you say results for most of the 2070 median model runs?
Yes.
And do you see where where it says show degradation of winter and spring environmental conditions?
Hold on, I'm looking for my copy. That's table.
It's on land degradation of winter, spring.
Yes, I'm looking for it in my results since I can't see the whole page. There we are. Yes, I do see that sentence.
And when you reference winter and spring, do you mean December to May?
Roughly.
Are there other months that you would include?
I'd have to look at the tables and see which months they did include. But generally, when I said winter and spring, I was talking in broad strokes about the winter season and the spring season up until the beginnings and early parts of summer. It's a term that's used frequently when regarding to ecological conditions and the ecological needs of many of the species.
Right, I'm just trying to ascertain what months. So should we go with December to May at this point, or do you want to make it a broader range?
You'd probably make it a broader one.
Okay, what would you make it?
I'd have to look at the table to remind myself.
So let's pull up FOR 115. That's what you say to. Is this what you're looking for?
This is the memo on the results of the 2070 climate analysis, yes.
And if we could go to PDF page 13. And table 13, sorry, I was wrong. Table 13, PDF page 66. Is this what you were referring to?
I believe this is the table that I was referencing when I made those statements, yes.
And this table summarizes Sacramento River flow downstream from the North Delta diversion by month, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it's showing the percent difference between the proposed project and the no project, correct?
Yes.
And just if we could zoom in and focus on the top 4 climate scenarios, which 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, perfect. So the first one is no project, proposed project, which is oh, actually, can we scroll up a little bit? Did we miss existing conditions? Yes, there we go. The first one is existing conditions.
Yes.
And then the second one is 2040 CT.
Yes.
And then the 2070 median with 1.8 foot of sea level rise is run 1.
Yes.
And then run 3 is 2070 with 3.5 sea level rise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could look at for December, in the months of December, and looking at these, the percent difference between the proposed project and no project for run number 1 is less negative than the difference between existing conditions and 2040 CT, correct?
Comparison that I was making was the model output with the no project alternative. And when I saw a negative in this case this is the Sacramento River, right? Is that what this table is?
Yes.
Essentially, the model output was saying that the conditions with the project were going to be worse than the conditions with no project.
But would you agree, let's just start with December, that the climate change difference between project looking in December for the 2040 is I'm sorry, and let me look at my chart because my eyes are getting. So if we're looking in December, under existing conditions, it's negative 87 is the difference between the project and no project, correct?
December I'm sorry, reorient me to which row you're on. For existing conditions, the difference between the no project and the no project alternative and the proposed alternative is minus 87. That is what the number says in that cell.
And my question, if you look at the percent difference, which for December is negative 6.2, do you see that?
Yes.
Would you agree that the 2070 median with 1.8 is in the same month less at negative 5.7?
Yes, but you also need to take into account that the actual flows upon which they're basing that percent are different between the climate models.
And if we look at the 27 median for December with 3.5 run 3, it's negative 5.8% is the difference, which is less than the existing conditions percent difference, correct?
As are the actual flows from which they're calculating that percent, yes.
And if we look at other months, it's similarly, the percent difference is less with the climate change runs than it is in the existing conditions, correct?
As are the absolute flow values from which they are calculating those percents. So it's not surprising that the calculated percent differs because it's being calculated from different numbers.
And would you agree that the DCP operational criteria include bypass flows on diversions based on how much flow there is in the Sacramento River?
As I understand it, diversion operations will be constrained or will be controlled by the bypass flows. I'm not certain how that relates to this table.
And hypothetically, if climate change and sea level rise resulted in there being less Sacramento River flow and more instances of tidally dominated conditions, then the project would be required to operate more frequently to those tidally dominated criteria that we looked at in AHO 65, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation, calls for legal conclusion, incomplete hypothetical.
Can you break it down, Ms. Morris? I'm not sure I followed the whole question. In any case.
Do you recall when we looked at AHO 65 that there were criteria based on whether or not the Sacramento River was tidally dominated?
I believe I recall that operations of the diversions are going to be constrained by Sacramento River flow conditions. And it was my understanding from reading all of these documents that at low Sacramento River flows, the diversions will not be allowed to divert.
And so hypothetically, if climate change and sea level rise resulted in there being less Sacramento River flow, then the project would be required to operate it would not be allowed to divert as frequently as it may be shown on this table, correct?
Same objections.
Overruled. You can caveat as appropriate, Dr. Swanson.
And actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to need the question explained again, please.
We could take this down, but this table, I'll try it one more time. And hypothetically, if climate change and sea level rise resulted in less Sacramento River flow, then the project would not be diverting as much as has been shown in the table 13 that we were just looking at.
I can't relate that specifically to table 13, but I can agree with the statement that if climate change ends up resulting in reduced Sacramento River flows, the project will not be able to divert as much water. That actually is an argument I made in my interpretation of these climate analyses, was that if climate change proved to be worse than DWR was projecting based on the climate scenarios that they used in their analysis, that they were probably overestimating the amount of water that the project could divert.
And back to your testimony. And I'm looking at that, sorry, FOR 4. Page 20. And looking at line 15 of this document, do you see where it starts? Line 15. Is this the track change version? Oh, yeah, there it is, 15. According to that analysis, without the DCP, do you see that?
Yes.
And then it appears that you're in line 17, you're quoting would foreseeably compensate for the supply decreases associated with climate change. And then in 3 of SWP's 4 service areas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you're citing to AHO 1050?
Yes.
If you want to scroll down, Ms. Mullen, so Dr. Swanson can see the...
Yes, I see it on mine.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up AHO 1050? And you see you're citing to pages 46 and 47, correct?
I do see that.
And if we could go to page 47 at the bottom.
I was citing to the table.
Well, you quoted something, so I'm going to see if I can find your quote. You said it would foreseeably compensate, right?
Yes, and that may be from the text.
Yeah. And if we can look, and sorry, this is bottom of page 47, top of 48. I'm trying to find that in the citation.
And I fully recognize you're saying that I didn't cite to the line, the page and the line number with that particular quote, and it is, I'm certain you're correct, it's in the text as compared to being in the table, which I did cite to.
I believe it's also a partial quote. If you know where it is, that would be helpful.
If I had my own copy of this document up, I might be able to find it.
Okay.
Off the top of my head. I'd have to look through my copy of the document so that I could scroll.
Okay.
I don't remember. Let's see. This is what, chapter 6?
Do you see that on the, at least on this version, that it talks about the North Coastal, North Inland, and South Coast regions had the potential to address the supply shortfalls through alternative supplies?
Yes, that was my point.
And then do you see that the sentence goes on to say on the top of line 1, but those alternate supplies may be insufficient if there's an extended outage at the Delta diversion facilities in the case of an earthquake and levee failure?
Yes.
And do you also see that the southern inland region would have a substantial shortfall and has limited options for alternative supplies?
I do.
But you didn't cite any of that, correct?
I was referencing that in general by with my statements and my testimony, saying that 3 of the 4 regions could through using alternative approaches replace their supply, but I did not specifically reference the caveat in the case of earthquake and levee failure.
And is it correct that chapter 6 also indicates that, sorry, we already did that. I wanted to ask you in regards to, I think it's here at the same location. Do you have any experience as it relates to your statement and your testimony 2020? Actually, I got to look at the right lines. In regards to paragraph 40 about other water supply strategies, do you have any experience developing desalination?
Not specifically, no.
Do you have any experience developing water recycling projects?
Not specifically, no.
Do you have any experience developing groundwater recovery or recharge or in lieu banking projects?
Not specifically, no.
And have you ever developed a cost benefit analysis for any of those types of water supply strategies?
No, I have not.
Thank you so much for answering my questions. I don't have any more questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Dr. Swanson. I'll look to the room. Is there anyone else who has questions for Dr. Swanson? I don't have any questions at this time, so I'll look to you, Mr. Flanders. Do you have redirect for Dr. Swanson?
I do.
Please.
Dr. Swanson, was the purpose of your testimony to evaluate DWR's proposed projects or the incidental take permit?
It was to, in general, evaluate DWR's proposal and environmental assessments for the Delta Conveyance project with regard to these 2 elements, the new diversions and screens, and their analysis of climate change.
And you understand that DWR, the State Water Board, and CDFW are different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And that CDFW is not a party to this proceeding, correct?
I didn't really know that, but I'll take your word for it.
And are you aware that the ITP will expire shortly after the project operation begins?
Objection calls for speculation. This witness has repeatedly said, and this attorney has objected about this witness's knowledge of the ITP.
Ms. Mullen, if you could please
overrule the objection and Dr. Swanson, if you know.
Would you repeat the question, please?
My question was with regard to AHO 065, which we can look at if necessary, but if you're aware that the ITP will expire well before project operation concludes.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Ms. Morris questioned you about a series of 1 foot gaps along the 900-foot fish screen. Do those intermittent 1 foot gaps change your opinions regarding the fish screen causing increased predation or intercepting a high percentage of migrating fish?
No, they do not.
I have no further questions for Dr. Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Flanders. Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up based on that?
Dr. Swanson, is it your opinion and testimony that the incidental take permit does not dictate the operations of the Delta Conveyance Project?
Objection beyond the scope of the witness's testimony.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat, maybe clarify that question? I'm going to listen to it much more closely this time.
Is it your opinion that the incidental take permit issued for the Delta Conveyance Project does not dictate the operations of the Delta Conveyance Project?
I do not know. You're asking me an opinion. Is it my opinion that the ITP does not dictate the operations of the DCP? Did I summarize that correctly?
Let me ask you this. Do you know the purpose of an incidental take permit?
In general, yes.
And in general, does it prescribe certain operations for the protection of certain species, including
Yes.
aquatic species?
Yes, that is my understanding.
So is it your testimony that the ITP conditions and conditions of approval are not part of the Delta Conveyance Project?
They were not part of the description of the Delta Conveyance Project that I reviewed in preparing my testimony.
Because you reviewed the FEIR.
Yes.
Do you know when the incidental take permit for the Delta Conveyance Project was issued?
Not specifically, no.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Mr. Flanders, and most of all, thank you, Dr. Swanson, for your time and your attention to all these questions. I know it was a long afternoon, and you are excused, Dr. Swanson. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Morris, I wanted to follow up on your line of questioning here because it caused me to think of something, which is, can you clarify for me, since this came up, and you know, you get to ask your questions, so caveating this, but can you clarify for me whether it is whether DWR would object to the state water board's incorporation of the terms and conditions in the ITP into the water right permit or any approval of the proposed additional points of diversion?
We would object to it to the extent that the ITP can change. Can change over time, just like they have in the past. And so by embedding it into the water rights permit, that would be problematic in my view. And I think we can brief this issue in closing, but that's not to say we are not 100% obviously committed to the ITP conditions. And however, but those could change. In large part, they often become more strict. And that would be problematic if they were water rights permits, because then we would be compelled to comply with them unless it was some more general statement, and we could think about a permit term that said whatever applicable ITP conditions at that time, you know, as they may be amended.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to, that was what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure based on the line of questioning you just had with Dr. Swanson. So I wanted to make sure I was on track. So thank you for that. Because I'm always looking for ways to narrow down the issues we have in front of us here at the board. I think with that, Mr. Flanders, you had indicated that Ms. Cooley would be the next witness for FOR. Is that right?
That is correct. I did want to see if we could briefly check in on process, whether we might get to Mr. Center today, or if we need to be thinking right now about rescheduling either Mr. Center or Ms. Cooley.
I think we need to think about rescheduling one of them. One of them will not finish today and may not begin today, depending on which order we go in. I had written down, it's possible we could get to Mr. Center, but we may not. So I don't know if you have a preference about which witness we try to complete today.
We were, in terms of our scheduling, anticipating finishing today, so I haven't looked through all of the future hearing dates. Do you have a good sense of which of the future hearing dates have the most likely availability for finishing one of these witnesses?
Well, by future hearing dates, right now we have tomorrow and Wednesday. We may need additional hearing days. We have November 17th on the books, although I think your witnesses are somewhat substantive, more substantive, I should say, and there's some interest in completing them sooner. So I'd look in part to your witnesses' availability. What I had been thinking is that tomorrow we would hear DTEC's witnesses from DWR. That's a very general way of stating what's happening tomorrow morning. Then I think we were going to forego Mr. Brodsky's witnesses, hopefully on November 17th. I know he's checking availability. We have 2 witnesses from Diablo Water District. And then, but I think we may, depending on how things go, we may have, if either of your witnesses are available tomorrow, we may have time to get to them.
Okay, I will circle back with them, but thank you for that.
It looks like we have Mr. Miliband in the room. If we can please elevate him, he may be Diablo Water District's attorney and can give us some more information as well. And good afternoon. Oh, we'll start with Mr. Krieger. Let's start with Mr. Krieger, and then I think we'll have Mr. Miliband.
Thanks. In reviewing the questions that I have for Ms. Cooley, I really think that if we can do this efficiently, we can probably be done in about 30 minutes. I can't speak for any follow-up from DWR, but I will do my best to meet that time to help facilitate getting the Friends of the River witnesses done today.
Great. Thank you. And Mr. Miliband, did you want to jump in on this?
Just briefly, thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. So yes, I am Diablo Water District's legal counsel. We do have the 2 witnesses ready for tomorrow, which was consistent with the calendar we set forth as a group a couple of weeks back. I understand things slide, given unpredictabilities. Ideally, if we could fit in tomorrow, would be great, just given at least one of their schedules being problematic. It is relatively straightforward testimony that I don't anticipate will take a long time, both for direct and cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Miliband. And then I will turn, I don't think I had written down for Diablo Water District an estimate of cross from either, well, I'll look to you first, Ms. Morris. Do you have an estimate for cross of those 2 witnesses?
For those 2 witnesses, it would be between 30 minutes and an hour.
Each or combined?
Total combined for the panel. It's a panel presentation, I believe.
That's what I see. At least that's how it's identified. So yes, I see that. Okay, so I think with that, Mr. Flanders, if we aren't able to finish both witnesses today, it sounds like we can finish tomorrow if either is available.
Okay, perhaps I will check on that. Mr. Center has indicated Wednesday, but it sounds like we might be able to get through both today. So I'm going to cross my fingers.
Okay, I'll do the same. Thank you. Then shall we go to Ms. Cooley next?
Indeed.
Okay. I will look to my hearing team. If we can please elevate Heather Cooley. And good afternoon, Ms. Cooley. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you. I'm just coming off of camera now.
I can hear you, so that's a good start.
Okay, there we go.
Good afternoon. If you would please raise your right hand and I will administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And with that, to you, Mr. Flanders.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cooley. Could you state your name for the record?
Heather Cooley.
Great. And is Exhibit FOR 005 a true and correct copy of your resume?
Yes, it is.
Excellent. Ms. Mullen, could you please raise Exhibit FOR 006? And Ms. Cooley, could you take a moment to, Ms. Mullen, could you slowly scroll through this exhibit? Ms. Cooley, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And does this appear to be a true and correct copy of your testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
And as part of that testimony, did you include exhibits FOR 123 through 126 and 128?
Yes, I did.
Outstanding. Ms. Mullen, could you please elevate exhibit FOR 127? Thank you. Ms. Cooley, is this exhibit your summary of testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. And can you please present that summary for us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flanders, Hearing Officer Kinsey, and other parties for the opportunity to testify today. My testimony is focused on the opportunities to develop new local water supply and efficiency options. And these slides offer a summary of my written testimony. The next slide. As shown here, I have extensive experience evaluating the potential for water efficiency and new local water sources in California, as well as their cost and the multiple benefits associated with them. And here is just a collection of some of the work that I've either been the lead author or a co-author on. As you'll see on the next slide, here, this figure shows water use across Metropolitan Water District of Southern California's service area going back to 1976 through 2020. As is shown here, water use was the same in 2020 as it was in the mid-1970s, despite significant population and economic growth. The region has also, as shown here, increased its use of recycled water and other local water supplies. And together, these strategies have helped reduce reliance on imported water, as shown here. Given this progress, though, a key question is how much more can be done? And that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about here. Next slide, please. My colleagues and I sought to answer this question in analysis that we released in 2022 and that I will summarize in subsequent slides. The analysis used the best available data and information at the time, and it evaluates the technical potential of water efficiency, water reuse, and stormwater capture, focusing on urban areas in California. And it assumes widespread adoption of available technologies and practices. And again, I'll walk through each of these just to give you sort of a general sense of that. I will note that this relies on population and development patterns in California in 2020. And so it's a snapshot of what that potential was given that population and development. And any additional savings from new developments or new technologies and practices that aren't yet on the market were not evaluated. Next slide. This just shows sort of a summary. And again, I'll unpack these in subsequent slides. But we found significant opportunities to reduce water demand and to increase local and regional water supplies across California, and including in regions dependent on the state water project. Within the South Coast, which is shown there in the sort of second column there from the right, we found existing technologies and practices could reduce annual urban demand by about 1.1 million to 1.7 million acre feet, while reuse could be expanded. Reuse of municipal wastewater could be expanded by 1.1 million acre feet per year. Likewise, we found that urban stormwater runoff generates 260,000 acre feet in a dry year and up to 1.4 million acre feet in a wet year. While not as large, similar opportunities can be found in the San Francisco Bay Area, as shown in on the right. And again, I'm emphasizing these regions because both of these regions are dependent on water exports from the Bay Delta region. Next slide, please. Again, as I mentioned at the top, I'll focus in on each of the different opportunities. For the water efficiency analysis, we examine opportunities in homes, businesses, institutions, and in the water delivery system. We developed 2 efficiency scenarios. The moderate scenario was based on and assumes all homes and businesses meet the current state standards for appliances and fixtures. For landscapes, as specified in the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, and for distribution leaks as specified in Senate Bill 5545. The high efficiency scenario goes beyond that and assumes that homes and businesses are using technologies and practices that are available and on the market today, and that use even less water than is required under existing state law. Next slide, please. To summarize, our analysis found that adopting proven technologies and practices could reduce current urban use in California by 2 million to 3.1 million acre feet per year. That represents about 30% to 48% of demand. Water savings, as shown here, were found across all sectors, but were largest for the residential sector, followed by the commercial, industrial, institutional sector, and reductions in real water losses from water distribution systems. Next slide. This figure shows the water efficiency potential by hydrologic region, again, focusing on the residential, the CII, and the non-revenue water. What we found is opportunities for savings across the state. The South Coast, which is shown sort of in that third from the top, has the greatest potential for water savings across all regions, followed by the San Francisco and Sacramento hydrologic regions. Next slide, please. Moving on, I'll talk a little bit about the water reuse analysis and our findings. This analysis was based on data on the amount of effluent, wastewater effluent that's produced and the existing disposal and allocation of that effluent from the State Water Board's volumetric annual reports. We used data from 2020, which was the best available data when we were doing this analysis. The high reuse potential here is based on the volume of wastewater that is not currently reused or reserved for in-stream flows. And the moderate reuse potential is based on the amount of wastewater that is not reused and that is discharged either to land or to the marine environment. Next slide, please. Here I'll touch on some of the results. What we found in 2020, California produced about 3.1 million acre feet per year of municipal wastewater. Of that amount, about 1 million acre feet is already recycled or is reserved for in-stream flows. And so based on that, we estimated that about 1.8 to 2.1 million acre feet per year remains available for reuse. The South Coast, that's shown here in this table. It's, let's see, shown about the 4th row from the bottom. The South Coast reuses about 29% of the wastewater generated, compared to just 9% in the San Francisco Bay, a little better than statewide average. Yet the South Coast has up to 1.1 million acre feet of wastewater available for reuse, because in part it has such a large population. Next slide, please. For our stormwater analysis, we utilized GIS analysis of impervious surfaces, essentially hard surfaces in urban areas across California, to estimate the amount of stormwater runoff that's generated in wet years, in sort of medium rainfall years, and in dry years. Runoff volumes were calculated in 2 ways. We looked at both the total from all impervious surfaces in urban areas, and then we looked at the total from impervious surfaces that are above groundwater aquifers that are currently used for municipal supply. Next slide. Across California, we found stormwater runoff from areas above public supply aquifers range from about 580,000 acre feet in a dry year to 3 million acre feet in a wet year. In all years, the South Coast hydrologic region generates the largest volume of stormwater runoff because it has large amounts of paved area. Stormwater runoff was also large in the San Francisco Bay Area, which has less paved area compared to the South Coast, but also typically more precipitation. Next slide, please. This slide really provides sort of a summary of these various strategies that we looked at across each of the 10 hydrologic regions for California. We found that all regions have the potential to save water through water efficiency improvements and to augment their local water supplies through reuse and stormwater capture. The greatest volumetric potential is in the South Coast because it covers a large area and population, followed by the San Francisco Bay. Next slide, please. Previous work that we have done has also looked at the cost of alternative water supply and efficiency options. This figure shows how these costs compare based on data and analysis for California. These estimates show the capital and O&M costs over the life of each of these alternatives divided by sort of an amount of water, in this case, cubic meter of water. We did this analysis from a sort of a combined customer and utility perspective, and we found that water efficiency measures were almost always less costly than other water supply options, except for some of the most expensive landscape water reduction options. I'll note here, some of the measures shown here have a negative cost. You'll see the sort of zero there in the middle. That means that the financial savings from lower wastewater, energy, or maintenance costs over the life of those devices exceed the cost of the more efficient device. So again, when we look out at the costs, the reductions in those costs or benefits, we see that those benefits exceed those costs, leading to a negative cost overall. Next slide, please. Further, we find that some of these strategies, including the three that we evaluated, efficiency, reuse, and stormwater capture, also offer important co-benefits, such as improved water quality from reduced runoff of pesticides and fertilizers, lower energy use and greenhouse gas emissions from reduced pumping and treatment costs, improved ecosystem health and community livability, and added green space in some of our urban environments. Importantly, we did not include these co-benefits in the information I presented on that previous slide, but they can be economically relevant and should be considered in policy and decision-making. So let me just quickly summarize my main points on the next slide, please. California has made real progress in recent years, showing that we can and have reduced water use and developed local water supplies. We find in our work that there's more that we can do. Proven technologies and practices could reduce urban use in California by 2 million to 3.1 million acre feet. We can, in addition to that, reuse municipal wastewater, boosting local water supplies by an estimated 1.8 to 2.1 million acre feet. And we can be doing far more to capture urban stormwater runoff, particularly in areas overlying public supply aquifers, but even in other areas. These could boost local water supplies up to 3 million acre feet in a wet year. Further, we've shown that these strategies are proven, they're cost effective, and they can provide permanent water supply reliability and other co-benefits for California. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we find there's tremendous opportunity in urban areas across the state, particularly in the regions served by the State Water Project, to reduce water demand and increase local water supplies through investments in water efficiency, water reuse, and stormwater capture. and investments in these strategies can reduce reliance on water exports from the Bay Delta. So with that, I will conclude my presentations and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. With that, I believe I'm looking first to Mr. Krieger. Yes. I understand you have questions for Ms. Cooley.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cooley. My name is Miles Krieger, and I am counsel for the State Water Contractors. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So to start us off, I have a few general questions for you about your testimony. And as I mentioned before, I've streamlined my questioning, so I'm optimistic that we'll be able to get you out of here today, and so you don't have to come back tomorrow. Ms. Cooley, are you providing an opinion in this proceeding that the Delta Conveyance project is not in the public interest?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I will allow the question with the caveat that within your area of expertise, Ms. Cooley.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will limit that to my area of expertise. As I identified in my written testimony and also the testimony that I presented, my experiences in looking at opportunities for local supply development and efficiency improvements, and what we have shown, what my research has shown, and my colleagues, is that there are significant opportunities. I've shown how that has in the past reduced reliance, and I think that these strategies can further reduce reliance on imported sources of water.
Okay, but are you making any conclusions with respect to whether the DCP is in the public interest?
I am not.
Okay, and are you providing an opinion, understanding the caveat, in this proceeding that the DCP will injure existing legal users of water?
That is beyond my expertise, so I will refrain from voicing or expressing an opinion then.
Understood. Thank you. And so I presume you're also not providing an opinion that the DCP will, in effect, initiate a new water right.
Again, objection beyond the scope of testimony calls for legal conclusion.
I think clarifying the scope. So please go ahead, Ms. Cooley.
Yeah, as I've mentioned, I'm focused on understanding what the opportunities are for local supply development and efficiency improvements and their costs.
Did you review the final environmental impact report for the DCP?
Are there specific sections you're referring to?
No, just what your review of the FEIR was.
Yes, I reviewed some sections of the final EIR.
Okay, and did you incorporate any of those sections into your testimony?
I did not see anything in those that warranted incorporation into my testimony.
Okay, so then you're not critiquing any portions of the FEIR in your testimony. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay, and how about for the incidental take permit, either the application or the permit itself?
I am not venturing into that area. I'm really focused on what the opportunities are based on my expertise.
Understood. And did you review any of the modeling for the DCP presented by DWR in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, you cut out for me there. Could you repeat that question?
Did you review any of the modeling presented by the department in this proceeding related to the DCP?
I did not review the modeling.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, will you please pull up Ms. Cooley's testimony at FOR 006 and scroll to the bottom of paragraph 1 on page 1? Thank you. Ms. Cooley, at the bottom of page 1 there, you testify, and actually spilling onto the lines 1 and 2 on page 2. You testify that during your tenure at the Pacific Institute, you evaluated the potential costs and benefits of alternative water supply and demand management options in California and other geographies, correct?
Yes.
Have you been employed by a public water agency before?
Sure. No, I have not. I have done some work for public water suppliers, public water agencies, in my capacity at the Pacific Institute, but have not directly been employed by them.
Okay. Have you been responsible for developing a water conservation program on behalf of a public water agency?
No, I have not developed a water conservation program. And I'm going to be looking over at my other screen, so I apologize.
Fine, thanks. And have you evaluated the potential for a water conservation program on behalf of a public water agency?
I have critiqued different water supply, or excuse me, different conservation programs for water suppliers, and offered some recommendations on ways they could enhance the programs that they offer.
Which water suppliers are you referring to?
I did that work for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission.
Anyone else?
I have done some work looking at different demand projections that were done by water suppliers in the San Francisco Bay Area for BOSCA, or excuse me, of BOSCA agencies, and have looked at their demand projections and their underlying conservation programs. I have also done that for the Las Vegas region and for agencies in the Atlanta, Georgia region.
Okay. And with respect to the BOSCA agencies, did you make recommendations to them?
That work was I made recommendations for improving the forecasting that was done for those agencies.
And forecasting, you mean like demand forecasting?
Yes, yes. Thank you for clarifying.
All right, thank you. And have you, and maybe I just asked you this, I don't recall, have you evaluated the benefits of the water conservation program on behalf of a public water agency? Is that what you were just referring to?
No, I have, and this is not on behalf of a water agency. I have looked at the costs and benefits of various water conservation programs. I've developed tools and calculators for agencies to use in trying to integrate those costs and benefits into their decision making. That was under a grant from the Department of Water Resources under, I believe, a Prop 50 grant a number of years ago.
Did any public water agency specifically ask you to do that, or do I understand you just did that under the purview of the grant and it's available for use?
Yes, it was done under the purview of the grant, and then it was available for use.
Okay. Have you evaluated the potential for a water recycling project on behalf of a public water agency?
No, we've done some work. I've done some work looking at recycled water projects and plans, and provided some recommendations of ways to expand those to include other users for a water supply agency.
And so which water supply agencies asked you to do that work?
That was also for the San Francisco Public Utility Commission.
Okay. Have you evaluated the benefits of a water recycling project on behalf of a public water agency?
No, not on behalf of a public agency, but again, I've done some work as I identified in the analysis that I showed, where I looked at the various costs of those, and then estimated the cost per acre foot of water of recycled water generated.
Okay, and you've anticipated my next question, which is whether you've evaluated the cost of a recycling project on behalf of a public water agency. And it sounds like maybe not on behalf of a public water agency, but you have done that work and it's available for review.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And same series of questions with respect to desalination projects. And maybe I can just, this is a compound question, but I'll ask them together because you see where I'm going with this. Have you evaluated the potential or the benefits or the costs of a desal project on behalf of a public water agency?
I have not done that on behalf of a public water agency, but I have done extensive work looking at the potential for, in particular, seawater desalination, some of the issues associated with it. This is work that goes back. Let's see, I think I did my first work on this back in 2006, so almost 20 years ago. And then I've done a lot of work looking at the cost of those facilities, both here in both here in California, but also in a number of other geographies that have developed those supplies.
Okay, thank you. Looking at, I believe it is line 1 of page 2 of your testimony, you mentioned your tenure at the Pacific Institute. Are you testifying on behalf of the Pacific Institute in this proceeding?
I am testifying as an expert who is employed with the Pacific Institute.
But is your testimony within your own individual capacity? It's not being offered on behalf of the Pacific Institute, or is it? I'm just asking.
It's in my own capacity.
Okay. And in paragraph 1, lines 3 through 5, you mentioned that you were on the board of the California Urban Water Conservation Council, which I'll call the council. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you testifying on behalf of the council?
No, the council is no longer an active organization.
Do I understand correctly that the next, I'll call them entities that you list, the task force and the committee, were those within the council?
No, those were separate groups. They were, let's see, they were called out in various pieces of legislation. The numbers escape me at this point in time. The Commercial Industrial Institutional Task Force, as I recall, was sort of run by the Department of Water Resources in partnership with the California Urban Water Conservation Council at the time. And then the Urban Stakeholder Committee was, I believe, either run by the state board or Department of Water Resources. I can't remember which agency.
Okay, and I presume you're not testifying on behalf of the task force or the...
No. Yes, those bodies also are no longer active. They were a number of years ago.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, will you please scroll to the top of page 3? Ms. Cooley, in paragraph 3, lines 4 through 5 on page 3, you noted reduced reliance on imported water within the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, correct?
Yes.
Would you also agree with your 2022 report's finding that water use increased by only 13% statewide between 1967 and 2016?
I'm sorry, could you restate that? The second part of it in particular?
That water use increased by only 13% between 1967 and 2016 statewide.
I would have to look at the specific numbers. I don't have those in front of me.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, would you just briefly pull up FOR 123 and scroll to page 5?
Do we need to identify what this is, Mr. Krieger? I'm sorry, I missed it as we...
I'm sorry. This is the 2022 untapped report that Friends of the River submitted as Exhibit 123 in conjunction with Ms. Cooley's testimony.
Maybe let me ask Ms. Cooley. Ms. Cooley, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is your report, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
In the, let's call it the second column, first paragraph, do you see that 13% figure there?
Yes, I do. And if you scroll down just a little bit, Ms. Mullen, thank you so much. And I think it's referencing this figure. I will point to, as this figure is shown, this actually, would you mind scrolling down just a tiny bit?
We're going to show the whole figure 1. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This is showing the combination of urban and agricultural water use. So I'll point that out along with population and gross state product, going back to their 1967 values, their index there, just so you can see them all in one.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, would you scroll up just a little bit again, go back to that first paragraph in the second column there. And it's really just this sentence, Ms. Cooley, that I'm wondering about. It says between 1967 and 2016, gross state product grew by a factor of 5 and population more than doubled, but water use increased by only 13%. Do you have any reason to disagree with that statement?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
I'll point out too, yeah, that was sort of looking at beginning and end points. I mean, there's lots of different patterns there. So yeah, I'll see where you're going perhaps with this question and then can expand on that.
Not going any farther. We're going to go back to your testimony, actually.
Okay.
Would you please go back to FOR 006 and scroll to paragraph 4 on page 4, I believe. Okay. On line, I believe it's line 8, Ms. Cooley, you state that the untapped potential 2022 used various data sets that represent the best available data at the time of publication and generally covered the period from 2017 through 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your cost estimates in your testimony are based on FOR, I believe 124, which is your publication entitled Cost of Alternative Urban Water Supply and Efficiency Options, dated 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so that I understand, FOR 124, the 2019 report, includes cost estimates based on 2015 dollars, right?
Yes, yes.
And so the cost estimates in your testimony are also based on 2015 dollars. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Is it also true that some of the data sets you used in your testimony include earlier data?
What you're referring to there.
Well, so for example, if I understand correctly, your testimony relies on data from before 2015. So for example, the 2022 report relies on a CII saving potential from a 2003 report by, is it Glick or Glick?
Glick is correct.
So I presume that 2003 report is based on data that is older than 2015. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's helpful because there's lots of different data sets that go into these. But yes, there's a lot of uncertainty, particularly around commercial, industrial, and institutional. Those were the best available studies at that time.
Okay, thank you.
And we clearly identify them in those studies.
And also in paragraph 4, you refer to findings in the 2022 report as a, quote, snapshot of technical potential for the 3 analyzed water strategies. Is that right?
Yes.
In preparing your testimony, did you evaluate a 3-year period after 2020?
I'm sorry, could you be more specific?
Let me ask you, is the snapshot that you were referring to based on the 2017 through 2020 period there?
Yeah, let me describe that a little bit more. I realize that could be unclear. What it means is we didn't try to project population out or development patterns. So it's based on the population in 2020. And so it's a snapshot of what that potential is. If and as we grow, there's an opportunity for more potential savings. There's more potential wastewater that's being generated and being reused. And there's more impervious surfaces that would generate even more runoff. So by snapshot, we mean it's based on the population and development patterns at the time of that report.
Okay. And so did you, in your testimony, conduct any analysis of population levels after the 2020 number?
This is based upon the studies that we reference in there. I did not do additional analysis after this for this testimony.
Okay, thank you. And on lines 10 through 12, you state that the study does not include any additional savings or water supply potential from new developments or new technologies and practices, right?
Correct.
When you say study, are you referring to the 2022 Untapped report?
Sorry, could you say?
I'm sorry, when you say the study, do you mean the Untapped Potential, the 2022 report?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
And does that include the appendices of that report?
Yes.
Appendix A is one of those appendices to the 2022 report, correct?
There is an Appendix A, yes, associated with that report.
And you're familiar with that appendix, right?
Yes.
There's a table, and we can pull it up if you want, but there's a table in Appendix A on page 2 that lists certain residential appliances like toilets, dishwashers, shower heads, faucets, and clothes washers.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you aware of whether there are any more updated water conservation type products on the market than mentioned in that appendix?
That are on the market. Well, a couple of things. So there's 2 different scenarios in that table. The moderate potential is based upon the technologies and practices that are required under current standards. So for example, a 1.28 gallon per flush toilet, that is what you can only buy in California at this time. So in that moderate potential, we assumed that everyone was using that flow rate of toilet, same things for shower heads and clothes washers, etc. In that higher range potential, we looked at appliances that are on the market that are WaterSense certified, but they're the most efficient of those. There are some additional ones that are on the market right now, but we did not include those. So yes, there are some recirculating showers, for example, that were beyond what we have evaluated. There are new technologies and practices that are being developed all the time. And again, that was another point of it was a snapshot of what was available at the time we did the analysis.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And stepping back for a moment, Ms. Cooley, which water agencies reviewed your 2022 report?
That we identified, I do not know off the top of my head, but if you go, and I know we submitted this study as part of our comments, right? If you go to the acknowledgements, we do acknowledge our reviewers there. So happy to, if you want to jump over there, we can look at those. I just don't have those memorized. I apologize.
That's fine. But do I understand correctly that whatever water agencies are listed within that acknowledgements would be the water agencies that reviewed your report?
I would say whatever people are identified on there are folks that would have reviewed. There may have been water agencies among them. Again, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there would be other experts that reviewed it as well.
Thank you. And this may just be a clerical error, but I noticed that the last sentence of paragraph 4 is, if I read correctly, verbatim of the sentence. 2 sentences above, beginning untapped potential, did not evaluate. And I'm to know if I'm to interpret the iteration of that sentence at the end of the paragraph differently than where it appears in the middle of the paragraph.
Oh, no, you're correct. That looks like that was just somehow copied. So clerical error. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll down to the next page, page 4, and bring up the table? We're in focus on the table there. Thank you. So, Ms. Cooley, I want to ask you first about the third row, which is labeled urban stormwater runoff over public supply aquifers. And I want to understand your calculation. So I'm just going to take it step by step, and you can confirm or educate me otherwise as to my understanding. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So first, you use 3 representative years of precipitation data. Is that right? Sorry, was that yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
And you estimated impervious surface area statewide, correct?
Yes.
And you used a GIS mapping based on the 2010 US Census data, correct?
Yes.
And you calculated the annual amount of precipitation falling on impervious surfaces statewide, right?
Correct.
How did you attribute rainfall to the mapped impervious surface area?
How did we interpret? I'm sorry, could you expand on what you mean?
Sorry, how did you attribute the rainfall, the precipitation amount to the impervious surface area that you calculated? How did you find those?
Yeah, so what we do is we look at precipitation. We picked the representative dry, moderate, and wet year, and looked at those across the state. And then based upon those estimates, looked at sort of the depth of precipitation that would have accrued over those geographic areas. And so that combination of the area and the depth gives a volume of water generated. And we looked at it, as you mentioned here, this is showing over public supply aquifers. That's a subset of the larger urban stormwater runoff over those impervious surfaces.
Okay. Did you calculate runoff on an annual basis or some other time step?
It was on, I believe it was on an annual basis. I would have to double check.
Okay. And the results of that calculation are the dry and wet year totals, which are in the second column of table A. Is that right?
Yes. So the dried, so as we mentioned, we did the 3. I just showed sort of the upper and lower range. The dry and the wet year, the medium year was somewhere in between, but I was giving kind of a lower and upper bound. The 3rd column is for the South Coast, as is shown there. To the left, the 2nd column is statewide. And then, of course, obviously, the 4th is for the San Francisco hydrologic region.
Okay, so you broke up the total volume in the 2nd column based on hydrologic region in the 3rd and 4th column. Is that right?
Yes, and I apologize if that's not clear. We did this for each of the 10 hydrologic regions across the state. We just used the Department of Water Resources designations. I'm just showing 2 of those here that were the most relevant for the discussion today.
Okay, thank you. And when calculating the potential stormwater reuse, did you consider whether there were laws that would preclude reuse?
I'm sorry, reuse or stormwater?
Reuse of that water, sorry.
So what we looked at was the technical potential. So it's really looking at the volume of urban stormwater runoff that could be captured and reused. We didn't try to separate out whether or not we had existing policies that would allow for that. We did, though, as I mentioned, with that emphasis on the public supply aquifers as shown here. Those are areas in which there's more likelihood or an easier likelihood of being able to integrate that into public supply aquifers.
Okay, and does that assume that all of the urban water runoff in Table 1 could be reused? That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, that's what the sort of technical potential is, a sort of a resource potential. What's the available supply?
Okay. Did you consider the size of facilities that might be required to capture stormwater identified in your table?
No, this analysis again is really looking at what the potential is, and then you can start to look at various levels of which, okay, you know, if we were using existing law, if we expanded those laws to allow for other things. So this is really, I think, a starting point, an indication of what the scale is.
Okay. Did you calculate how much runoff is currently captured and reused?
No, in part because that data is not available. What we do know anecdotally is that it's relatively small. There is an effort since then. I don't think it has yet been completed by folks to look at that, but that's not yet available to the best of my knowledge.
And you mentioned aquifers. Would you agree that stormwater reuse includes putting stormwater into groundwater or into groundwater basins?
That is one strategy for doing that. In addition, there are other sort of household level, building scale opportunities as well, and even getting it in and reducing outdoor demand. So there's a number of different strategies that are possible with stormwater runoff and capture.
Okay. Are you aware whether there are state or federal water quality laws and regulations that regulate the quality of water that can be stored underground?
Yes.
And would you agree that there are laws that do regulate that?
Yes, there.
Okay. When you calculated how much water could be reused, did you account for the quality of the water?
Nope, we did not. We looked at, again, what the amount of stormwater runoff that was available. So it was looking at the supply.
Okay, and did you assume that some or all of the stormwater could be immediately reused without, say, water treatment?
No, we didn't look at that at all. No, it's really looking at the supply. We didn't make any assumptions about the level of treatment required. I will say, though, and this is referencing the other study that looked at the cost that I also presented, those were based on actual project costs, and so any treatment requirements would have been captured in the cost. But that's typically where you would capture that, not in kind of a resource potential study.
Okay, just so that I understand, the total sort of calculated amount available for reuse, or theoretically available for reuse, sort of assumes that it is available for reuse without some sort of treatment or without some sort of intervening process before it becomes actually available for reuse. Is that fair?
So it doesn't assume that there's no treatment. There would be additional treatment required to actually use that water, but that's something you would capture in sort of a cost analysis, not in a potential assessment.
Okay. I mean, would you agree that in the treatment process, some of the recaptured water may not actually be available for reuse? For example, it's discharged as brine or something like that?
Yes, there's some, yeah, not all of this water would be necessarily available or equivalent to a water supply.
Okay. Do you agree that stormwater contains toxins generally?
It can contain a number of things.
And correspondingly that stormwater generally requires treatment prior to direct reuse?
Depending on the use, there are ways of diverting rain spouts and putting them into landscapes. That is a way of capturing it. It's a way of reducing demand. And so it's sort of supplementing the potable water supply using a quality of water that's appropriate for that use.
Okay. Do you understand whether there are, or are you aware of whether there are state or federal water quality laws that regulate the quality of water that can be recycled? And there are laws that so regulate. Is that fair?
Our laws, yes.
Okay. Did you consider the cost of treating between, I think it's the 580,000 acre feet and 3 million acre feet of water in your table?
No, this table is looking at the potential, not the cost.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So looking again at table 1, I think this pertains to the second row, which is municipal wastewater reuse. I have a few questions about that.
Okay.
When calculating the quantity of wastewater that could be treated in table 1 of your testimony, did you assume that all wastewater that was not already being recycled could be recycled?
So, and I touched on this in my slides. Essentially, we looked at the amount of wastewater generated. We took out any wastewater that was already being recycled. We also took out any treated wastewater that was required for in-stream flows. So that is not included. The upper limit, as is shown here in the statewide, includes water that's discharged, treated wastewater effluent that's discharged to the land, to the marine environment, and to inland surface waters that aren't, again, part of in-stream flows. The lower end estimate there, the 1.8 million acre feet, includes treated wastewater effluents that's currently disposed either to land or to the marine environment.
So the water remaining after those caveats, though, was presumably or assumed to be recyclable. Is that right?
That's the amount of water that's potentially available for reuse.
Okay.
And again, under current population. So I just want to make that as there's more people, then there's more wastewater generated, and that was not outside of our scope for this.
And current population was 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you evaluate the effect of water conservation on either the quantity or quality of water that could be available for recycling?
We did not, and that's one reason where you see the note there at the bottom, these values are not additive across strategies for exactly that, right? As we reduce our indoor demand, that means there's less wastewater available for reuse. What we did look at for this analysis was that the indoor efficiency savings that we had estimated did not impact current recycled water commitments. But it does, there would be double counting, and that's one reason why we didn't add them up across these strategies, and that was intentional.
Okay. Would you agree that the quality of the water or the quality of water influences the cost of recycling, that there's a relationship there?
Quality of the influent or yeah. Yes, the quality of the water coming in does impact, and of course, the quality of the water produced impacts the costs, whether the water is for non-potable or for potable purposes.
All right, and I think I saw this in your report, but in reaching your conclusion about the amount of wastewater that could potentially be recycled, did you consider the proximity of wastewater to areas in which there may be demand for it?
No, we did not. We noted, and there's evidence of a variety of different types of reuse, right? There's more centralized reuse. There's also more distributed reuse, where reuse is happening at the building or the neighborhood scale. We were agnostic about the scale at which that might happen, and really focused in of what that potential is, that supply potential.
Did you consider the technical feasibility of integrating wastewater recycling in any particular distribution system of a public water agency?
We did not in this analysis look at that. In our analysis where I presented on the cost, we did try to estimate the cost in particular for non-potable reuse, the cost associated with expanding the distribution system. So those costs are captured there. But that doesn't affect the potential volume as is shown in this table.
Did you evaluate the salinity of any particular source of wastewater that might be available for potable reuse?
I believe there was some evaluation of that in the report. It's not reflected in this, so I can't speak to it off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you do any cost analysis for capital costs associated with wastewater recycling for any potential recycling project?
So referring back to I believe the 2019 report, which was the levelized cost, we did do the capital and O&M costs for recycled water, for non-potable reuse, and indirect potable reuse. There were no DPR projects at that time, so we couldn't evaluate those. That study was based upon plants in California, and we focused in on plants that had been built because often with proposed plants, by the time they're put in the ground, those costs can be higher. And so we did the best of our to our ability of finding projects that had been constructed and were being operated.
Okay, so had been constructed, so not potential projects.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Did you evaluate the potential for a portion, and we talked about this earlier, did you evaluate the potential for a portion of wastewater to be discharged as brine during the recycling operation in your analysis?
No, can you expand on what you're trying to get at there?
Well, and I think that, like I mentioned, we had sort of talked about this before. I think you acknowledged that there was potential for in a recycling process for a certain amount of water, a portion of water to be discharged as brine. And I'm wondering, just sort of at the high level analysis that you did, whether that potential was included in your analysis.
No, it was not.
Okay. Did you evaluate the amount of state or federal grant funding available for reuse projects in the 2017 through 2020 period? Or
no, period? That was not part of the potential assessment.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Flanders, I'm trying to get through my questions here, so give me.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, could we scroll to paragraph 5 below this table? Thank you. I believe it's lines 21 through 23. Ms. Cooley, you describe your 2022 report as focusing on water efficiency opportunities in homes, businesses, institutions, and in the water distribution system, correct?
That's correct.
In evaluating the water efficiency opportunities in homes, did you assume any regulatory requirements were in place to achieve water efficiency?
So this study, and by that, are you referring to specific regulations?
Yes.
Okay. Could you mind which ones you're referring to?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not referring to any specific myself. I'm just wondering if in your analysis, you sort of assumed that there were existing regulations in place to achieve the water efficiency measures. And here's what I'm getting at. Did you assume regulations, or is this essentially voluntary compliance between residents, businesses, et cetera, to meet these efficiency saving measures?
Yeah, so a couple things. So as I mentioned, there were two different scenarios. I'll focus on the medium efficiency first. It assumes that everyone, we'll take homes as an example, are using appliances and fixtures that meet current state standards. So those will be replaced, right? As old appliances and fixtures die, as your toilets, your clothes washers, your dishwashers, as those die, you then have to purchase a new device. California has among the strictest standards for those devices, such in that over time, as the old ones wear out, we would all be at that moderate efficiency scenario. So right now we have a sort of a distribution. You have some people that are using very inefficient appliances, in some cases toilets that are using 6 gallons per flush. So there are standards, there are regulations in place that would enable us to achieve, in particular, the residential indoor requirements. And for the residential outdoor, we based it on the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. So that's something that applies to new developments and renovations. And again, it was based on the standards that were applicable at the time we did that analysis.
Okay, thank you. And I will actually have some follow-up questions on that, but I want to keep moving through the testimony here. Ms. Mullen, will you please scroll to page 6? And in the first bullet point there, you discuss efficient indoor residential water use estimates, noting that your 2022 report contains more detail on this point. And I noticed that in Appendix A of that 2022 report, the length of showers in California is estimated at 5.8 minutes. Do you recall that?
That sounds about right. I know, I don't have that number memorized, but that sounds, and that's per person per day, right? So these things are averaged out. But yes, go ahead with your question.
Okay, I'm just wondering, have you reviewed a report by the Water Research Foundation dated 2016 entitled Residential End Use Study?
Yes, there's a number of those. There were 2 by the Water Research Foundation. There was also one specific for California that had estimates for California in terms of shower duration.
Okay, and are you aware whether that study lists the average shower length at 7.8 minutes per shower?
I don't recall. We tended to use there was a similar study that was done for California. It used the same technology that was used in that residential end uses of water study, and it was done for California. So we based it on, again, the best available information for the state.
Okay, and real quick, you used the word "we" in answering some of my questions, and I want to understand, do you mean like you, or what percentage of the "we" is attributable to you?
Yes. So I work with an incredible team. All of the folks who worked on that report with me are listed as authors. And so I review in particular, the analysis that's done, the assumptions that are made for those analyses.
Okay, so is it fair to say you would take responsibility for?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And going back to the length of shower here, do you have any reason to disagree that 7.8 minutes per shower is correct or reasonable?
I would have to look at I don't remember, it's shower length, it's flow rates, there's toilet durations. I can't remember those off the top of my head, but I do have those, and they are listed in that appendix.
Okay. And in the next bullet, I believe it's line 9, you referenced low water use plants and drip irrigation systems. Did you analyze different plant consumption ratios in preparing your testimony?
What we did was we looked at, we used sort of a performance-based approach, as is done in the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. And so for that, in the moderate scenario, we assumed a plant factor of 0.55 for residential. In the higher efficiency scenario, we would have used a 0.3 ET factor. So it's a combination, as is noted here, of low water use plants and efficient drip irrigation. And that's, consistent with what the data show are possible.
Is it possible that the consumption ratio could be higher on a per plant basis, or depending on the plant, I suppose?
So yeah, this is an average over the landscape. So within a landscape, you can have higher water use plants combined with even lower water use plants. So this is just kind of averaging out across that area. It does allow for some grass in some areas as well, but again, it's looking at the average.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll to paragraph 10, which I believe is on page 8. Ms. Cooley, on lines, I think it's 5 through 6, you estimate that up to 1.1 million acre feet a year is potentially available for reuse in the South Coast region. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you consult with any public water agencies within that hydrologic region to determine whether the amount you identified as potentially available for reuse could feasibly be reused?
No, we had based this analysis on the volumetric annual reports for 2020 that were submitted, and they included the amount of wastewater and the discharge points. And so that's the data we relied on there.
And is it fair to say that your answer would be the same with respect to the amount identified in paragraph 11 for the San Francisco hydrologic region? Sorry, did you say yes?
Yes, yes.
And for either of those, did you do any independent technical analysis of the feasibility of reusing any of that remaining wastewater that's identified in your report?
No, we did not. This
Okay.
is a first cut, right, of looking at what the resource or the technical potential is.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And scrolling down to, let's see, how about footnote 3 on page 9, Ms. Mullen? And this refers to the 2019 cost report that we've talked about before, right?
Yes.
And this report is the basis of the estimates in your figure 2, which I think comes on the next page. Is that right? If you want
Ms.
to scroll
Mullen,
down,
that would be great. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Looking at figure 2, as it relates to the efficiency measures, so that portion of the graph with the green bars, the 2019 report assumes natural replacement, right?
That's correct.
And as used in that report, the natural replacement assumption is that customers will purchase the more efficient appliance when their old appliance needs replacing. Is that right?
Yes, and that was used for the measures in which there are standards requiring those. So that was not used for the landscape conversion because that is not something that's required. You're not required to replace those, right? Your landscape doesn't, quote unquote, die in the same way that an appliance or fixture dies.
Okay. In developing your testimony, did you collect any data regarding the rate that people are purchasing water efficient appliances?
For this testimony, no.
And did you collect any data about the rate that people who own water efficient appliances are repurchasing water efficient appliances?
No, we have not looked at that. I will say that there are ways in which you can accelerate that replacement. There are policies that can help to accelerate. So natural replacement, again, is assuming you're doing it at the end of the life and that there is a standard in place, which there are in California for the devices that we use that assumption. But you can, have retrofit on resale. There's a number of other policies you can put in place to accelerate the replacement of inefficient inefficient technologies and practices.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we jump back up to table 1 on page 5. And I want to ask about the first line there, which is urban water use efficiency. Ms. Cooley, did you assume that in reaching these numbers that everyone in California had already bought the water efficient appliances? In other words, these are the savings that are generated from people adopting the water efficient appliances?
Yes. So it assumes that everyone is equipped with homes that have those current standards. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that people can't be forced to buy the new appliances, just as a general matter?
What you can, as I mentioned, there are these appliances and fixtures do wear out and die. Clothes washers, toilets, etc. And so under current law, you are required to use a more efficient device. You can no longer purchase toilets, for example, that use 1.6, 3.0 or higher. They all must use 1.28 gallons per flush or less. So we do have policies and have since the 1980s that do require these efficient devices. There are 2 ways you can accelerate even beyond when the device dies. Retrofit on resale is one that I mentioned, where you require the installation of more efficient devices at the time at which a home or business is purchased. And there are regions in California that do have those ordinances.
Are you aware of an enforcement mechanism to require or to enforce those requirements?
Well,
objection calls for a legal opinion.
To the extent you have knowledge within your expertise, Ms. Cooley, please.
There are ordinances in place in communities that do require that. I'm not aware of what mechanism they're using, but I have heard from the water suppliers there that they are found and have been shown by their relatively low water use.
Would you agree that the replacement of appliances based on a natural replacement rate of old appliances occurs gradually?
Yes.
Okay.
But again, there are ways you can accelerate that.
Sure. In your analysis, did you consider how many people in California already own water efficient appliances?
Yes. So this is based upon how many. So the baseline is based upon current use, which has people that are using these appliances already. And so the savings is the difference between an assumption of everyone having them and the current mix of people that have them. That's what that savings represents.
Okay, thank you. And is that's broken down per hydrologic region also? Is that right?
It's,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Last series of questions here, I believe. Ms. Mullen, would you please scroll to page 10 and bring up figure 2? Thank you. Ms. Cooley, looking at figure 2, the water efficiency section of that figure, again, with the green bars.
Yes.
So I understand those costs are estimated cost savings to the consumer. Is that right?
So thank you for asking that. This takes a combined customer and utility perspective. So it does include the cost savings in particular. A lot of the ones that are negative are things that save hot water. And so the greatest potential savings is on the energy side because of that. I will also note, I looked back when we did this analysis not that long ago, but residential electricity rates at that time were about 16 cents per kilowatt hour. They are now twice that amount. So with higher energy costs, the potential savings is even greater. So we would see that the negative cost would be even larger in that sense, or be even more negative.
So you mentioned utilities and you're referring to like electrical utilities and the cost savings to them. Is that right?
So no, I'm talking about the customer and the water utility combined.
Oh, and the water utility.
Yes.
Okay, so some of the costs in the efficiency measure section of this table or graph, I suppose, it's your testimony that those costs are those numbers reflect costs incurred by the water utilities.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned electricity being one of those costs. What other basis of cost, in your opinion, are the water utilities or let's say water agencies incurring in these figures?
Yeah, so what this is showing, we can let's use ice machines as an example. So what it shows is the cost for the ice machine that either the customer could pay or the utility may provide a rebate to the customer. It would be the full cost. And then you would subtract any potential cost savings from energy or from wastewater. And then you divide it by the amount of water savings. So that's how you get on a sort of a dollar per cubic meter. And that's done over the life of that device.
And again, these cost figures are based on 2015 dollars. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Did you consider the cost of any new technology after 2015 in your testimony?
No.
Are you aware generally of how much it costs a water agency to implement a water efficient appliance rebate program?
The costs, I think, varies depending on the type of program that they operate.
You're not aware of like an average cost for implementing such a program?
No, I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Have you reviewed reports that contain the costs of implementing any water efficiency rebate programs?
I have, but again, I can't remember what those costs are. I do recall that they vary depending on what type of program, if it was a rebate program, a direct install program, et cetera.
Do you remember which reports or studies you looked at?
I do not.
Okay. And have you done any cost analysis for a public water agency related to a credit program to encourage water efficiency?
No, I have not.
Have you done any cost analysis for a public water agency related to turf replacement programs?
No, I have used some of the costs developed by water suppliers and included those in this analysis. That's where sort of the range of conversion costs came from. And some of the data here on the lifetime of these devices were also from water suppliers as well.
Have you done any analysis for a public water agency related to costs for public outreach and education regarding conservation?
No, I have not.
Okay. Ms. Cooley, in your testimony, I think you assumed that the model water efficiency landscape ordinance would conserve water. Is that correct?
Yes. Based upon some of the data that have been available, indicated that people are irrigating above what is the current model water efficient landscape ordinance requirement. And so through modeling that, we identified there were savings available there.
So I understand, have you gathered data regarding the actual water efficiency results from implementing a landscape standard like that?
I am in the process now of working on a project, looking at the water savings and the costs, but that is still in the works. So I don't have those estimates now.
Okay. And do you recall if in Appendix A of your 2022 report, whether the outdoor use assumption was based on design standards as opposed to, say, real world water use?
They were based on the performance standards that are embedded in the model water efficient landscape ordinance. I have also talked to professional installers, and landscape managers who've indicated that those levels of savings are achievable.
Do you have any data related to those level of savings that you just mentioned in your discussions with installers?
I have seen their data, but no, I don't have those data.
Okay, and so that wasn't incorporated
No.
somehow, was it? Okay. And then in figure 2, well, again, in figure 2, the levelized cost of water metric appears to be dollars per cubic meter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you agree that a cubic meter is roughly equivalent to 0.0008 acre feet? Does that sound right?
That sounds right. You can multiply these numbers by about 1,233, and they'll put them in the units of dollar per acre foot if you're more comfortable with those numbers.
Okay.
This is for a journal article, and so it's just standard practice to use cubic meters. I don't think they would accept an acre foot, to be honest.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Hearing Officer Kenzie, can I have a couple minutes to go over my notes? And then hopefully I will be done. I know we're running low on time, but I want to make sure that I've asked everything.
Noted.
Minutes or so for DWR.
Why don't you go over, take a look at your notes. I'm going to ask, but while I do that, can I look to Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll? Based on the cross we've had so far, do you have an estimate of what you have for Ms. Cooley? I know, I mean, we're right up at the end, so.
0 minutes.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. All right, Mr. Krieger, if you would please, what do you think? You want 5 minutes? Less?
I don't need 5 minutes. I'm doing it right now. Just
All right.
everyone can just watch me be silent.
Okay, that's fine. We will sit tight. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, if I may, in the moment we have here, unfortunately, I received a note from Charles Center. He had a family emergency in the emergency room, so
Oh.
I don't have his availability for tomorrow. Earlier, he had indicated he would be available Wednesday, so
Okay.
I don't know if it's possible. His direct testimony is going to be less than 5 minutes.
Thank you. And we will try to work that in. Let's reconvene on this. Well, we'll see where we are tomorrow. I think we may have some time tomorrow. So I don't know if Mr. Tomlin, and I know Mr. Brodsky's not on right now, but if Mr. Tomlin is available, that may be another person we could get done. And then our other date that we have now outstanding is November 17th. We have that on calendar. That's another possibility for cleanup witnesses. I think our Wednesday is going to be busy. We have 2 Sac Sewer witnesses, so that may be tight, but I will look. Thank you for the update. And also, I hope all goes well for Mr. Center and his family, of course, as well. With that, Mr. Krieger, you look ready.
I think I look ready to be done. I think that'll do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Morris, I understand you don't have any additional questions?
I do not. I have a quick schedule thing, I think.
Let me wrap up on this and then we'll make sure we get to that in our next 10 minutes. I'm not missing anyone. I don't have any additional questions for Ms. Cooley. Is there anyone else who I've missed? Then with that, you're on the spot, Mr. Flanders. Do you have redirect for Ms. Cooley?
I have one question.
Okay.
Ms. Cooley, you recall Mr. Krieger asked you a series of questions regarding whether stormwater would need to be treated before use. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not water conveyed by the proposed DCP would also need treatment?
Yes, I am aware, and in fact, good point. In that table, or excuse me, in that figure 2, that was one of the things we were very careful about, was trying to make sure everything was sort of treated, distributed, ready to be put into the water distribution system, and then delivered to customers. And so we did try to do more of an apples to apples comparison. I do think that's sometimes left out in these cost comparisons, just to put things on a level playing field. We were very intentional about doing that.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Based on that, Mr. Krieger, do you have any follow-up?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Then with that, Ms. Cooley, thank you so much for your time and your attention to answering all of our questions and your testimony today, and you are excused.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Morris, I believe you had a scheduling item.
Yes, just briefly, I think Mr. Brodsky has conferred with his remaining witnesses, and they're all available on November 17th. So that might work for Tomlin and Mr. Moreno and Karen Mann.
Yes,
I
thank
did
you.
want, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just was saying thank you for transmitting that information.
And then I did just want to give an update for planning tomorrow for the Diablo Water District. I think the total time is probably 45 minutes of cross. And then for October 29th for Lundy and Paulson, I actually think that the cross for both of them, and I know they're not a panel, is probably not more than an hour and a half. And then I can give you some estimates for the rest of the DTEC witnesses tomorrow.
Great. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. That sounds good. So we may, it may be that we can, to your interest, Mr. Flanders, it sounds like we can try to bring in Mr. Center on Wednesday if he remains available. I understand he may, depending on his life circumstances, things may be up in the air, but November 17th is another possibility.
I appreciate that. I will do my best to get his availability and check in tomorrow morning or tomorrow after lunch as the hearing goes on to see what seems to be the best timing. Or would you prefer, Ms. Morris, trying to pin that down now?
No, but you could probably just communicate with me and then I could communicate with the hearing officer too, so that we can be efficient in our hearing time.
Okay, great. Let's do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there anything else we need to address before we reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and pick up with the DTEC DWR witnesses? I'm calling them that for shorthand. Mr. Miliband, please.
Thank you, hearing officer. Just having not been here, so I apologize if I'm asking you to replow some of the same ground. When should I have the witnesses here? Are we anticipating in the morning, the afternoon, just so I can help them
I'm going
balance their schedules?
Right. In recognition of that, I am going to say no need to have your witnesses available in the morning. I can commit that we will get to them at the soonest after lunch, whenever that may be. So sometime after 12:30.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking to the room. Is there anything else? All right. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and we are adjourned. Thank you.